Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call this meeting of the Gainesville City Commission to order. It's November 18th, 2021. We're glad that you're all with us today. Before we get to adoption of our agenda, I'm just going to talk a little bit about our procedures and process. So first of all, everyone is welcome to participate. We have a couple ways you can do that. For all you in chamber, you can do that right here with us. If you are watching online or listening via Zoom, you can call in, and there'll be a call-in number there for you as well. After we adopt our agenda, there will be first a period of early public comment. So if you want to speak to any items that are on our agenda later on in the day, it can be on this evening as well. You can speak at that time. What you do is tell which item you're speaking on. If you're speaking on one item, you'll get the standard 3 minutes. If you're speaking on more than one item, you'll get up to 5 minutes total. And all that happens is you forego your opportunity to speak to that item later on in the agenda when it actually comes up. It's an opportunity to share your thoughts with us and then be able to go on about your day without waiting around all afternoon or evening. After early public comment ends, then we will move on to general public comment. That period is for anybody that would like to speak to items that are not on our agenda today. And you'll have 3 minutes to do that as well. And then after general public comment, we'll start with our regular business items that you see on our agenda. So with that, Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, our first item is the adoption of the consent agenda, and we do have a few updates to present. File 200877, delete the 10-acre minimum transit rezoning requirement, added item. File 200878, land use change of 4.82 acres of property located at 1015 South Main Street, added item. File 200879, quasi-judicial rezoning of 4.82 acres of property located at 1015 South Main Street, added item. File 210661, special election advance funding item, that's an added item. And then file 210590, home art program change text file.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, the first three items up there, the recommendation is to simply schedule them to be heard at a special meeting. Number 4 is because there was a runoff, we need to find another approximately $200,000 to conduct that runoff. And then there's just a little bit different text language for the number 5 there. Commissioner Hayes-Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. And on just CA9, this is an additional $200,000 that we've already paid $200,000. The first selection was $200,000 for the runoff. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to move that we adopt the consent agenda as modified.
Okay, motion and a second that we adopt the consent agenda as modified. So if any members of the public would like to speak to any items on the consent agenda, we'd invite you to come forward and do so now. Welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to these additions to the consent agenda, these last-minute additions, that's not acceptable. They're not time critical with the exception of the supervisor of election item. It violates the Commission's own adopted rules of procedure once again, and it's done continuously. And so if the public's not paying attention, the public doesn't know that these items are being added at the last minute. The backup's seldom provided. You don't have the adequate time to review that. And these, particularly CA6, CA7, and CA8, which you're scheduling a special hearing, it's not time critical. You're just doing that at the behest of developers that want you to further modify your land development code to the detriment of our neighborhoods. So I would ask that these items be removed and set in accordance with the Commission's own adopted rules of procedure, which is, unless it's an emergency, items shouldn't be added at the last minute. You all know this. The clerk is forced to do it because you put these late added items on there. The city, interim city manager, and congratulations, by the way, should help enforce this because it's not transparent, commissioners. It's about as shady as you can get. And it needs to stop. It really does, because you've heard myself, numerous other citizens, people that I don't even know, come up and tell you the same thing, and you refuse to listen to reason. You refuse to listen to reasonable requests because you're up there and you think you can do whatever you want to do despite being elected by a small majority of voters. That's not representative government. That's not good democracy. That's just you pandering to special interests. So this needs to stop. And I hope the other people in the room will speak to this too, because you're not listening to your constituents, even your own supporters. You show a great disdain for your own supporters, particularly on these issues when they're raised to your attention. It needs to stop. We need good governance, so we need some more commissioners that actually listen to their constituents rather than just ignore us. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to any items on our consent agenda? I'll go over to Adam. We'll kind of go back and forth as we usually do. I think Adam is with us today. Is that true?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I am here for the duration. We do have one of our neighbors who wishes to speak on the consent agenda. It is Ms. Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I have 2 questions, if someone could answer them, please. First, when is the final agenda supposed to be final? Once again, these items were added after the final agenda was posted on Monday, and none of them appears to be urgent or unknown at agenda review. 5 more pages were added, and each new item has backup material. Well, now there's a 6th one as well. So this is another final revised agenda, a term that is kind of comical. But the unpredictability of commission meetings isn't funny, and neither is abuse of the consent agenda to avoid discussing important matters, as we've seen at recent meetings. Second question, the 3 David Coffey ordinances were added to the consent agenda to be scheduled for a special meeting. Will that be the first hearing? In backup, I saw that in Mr. Coffey's letter in October to Lawrence Calderon, he blamed COVID for delays in those hearings that were originally scheduled. But that's incorrect. Both times he and his clients pulled their proposed privately initiated ordinances from the agendas. And I think I saw that hearings are supposed to be held within 180 days of plan board approval. And if so, these have passed that point. From all I've heard, Jim Stringfellow Sr. was an actively civic-minded person with a concern for the city's well-being. My hope is that Mr. Stringfellow's heirs will withdraw their proposed ordinances and drop them altogether, and the city will adhere to the 2013 Power District redevelopment plan that includes those properties. So the questions are, what qualifies an item to be added to the posted final agenda, and would a special meeting on the David Coffey ordinances be the first hearing? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll answer those once we get done with hearing everybody that wants to comment on consent agenda items. We'll come back to the chamber. Ms. Beatty?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and welcome, Ms. Curry. I look forward to seeing good things come with your tenure. Yeah, I too would echo the sentiments of the 2 speakers before me. I've spoken to each of you, and at least Commissioner Hayes Santos, when he was initially elected, assured me that he didn't like stuff, items added to the agenda at last minute. He's spoken frequently about that, but you allow it to happen, Commissioner, and I hope you will be a voice and you will vote against changing this. There's nothing urgent in the changes that are proposed here. Could I have the overhead? I want to show the people out there that this agenda was last printed and revised at 11:11 this morning. I don't know if anybody can see that, but this agenda was printed at 11:11. The agenda review was last week, should have been finalized then, except for extraordinary things. We get this all the time, added backup last minute. You know, you don't give the citizens any real time to engage and be informed and speak to you from an informed point of view. And I question whether the commissioners have all had time to really thoughtfully consider and look at the backup that's thrown at the last minute. I would ask that you vote against all of these changes to the consent agenda. There is no urgency to it. And please start operating in a transparent way. You've spent at least the last 2 years taking the transparency and reducing it and making our government less visible to us. You hide your emails. You make it more difficult for us to see the emails. You put back up on at the last minute, and I ask that you don't adopt these changes to the consent agenda now and start operating in a transparent manner, and don't change the agenda after Friday at least, because that's when citizens maybe have time to really study what you're doing. And we have records of multiple changes. You think you read the last agenda, and the next thing you know, you're there and there's a new one. I've been here when your own staff thought, I said, what are you here for? And he says, well, I'm here for this item. And I said, well, that item's not on the agenda. He says, what do you mean? And he shows me his agenda. His agenda was printed out earlier. My agenda was printed out later. And his item was not on there. He wasted a lot of time.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Adam, back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's nobody else on the lines at this time.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, out of these 5 items, the first 3, there was a motion made by the commission to continue those items to this meeting. At agenda review, I recognized that they had not been added to the published agenda. So at that time, staff prepared them and put them on this agenda, and there'd be no action taken, that we will simply schedule a special meeting to hear them. So that is following commission direction from the last time this item came before us. There's nothing new there. Number 4 was not, we could not predict that there would be a runoff, and so we were not able to place an item on the agenda until after the election on Tuesday. Now that there is a runoff, we have to designate funds to pay for the runoff election, which is why that is on there. And finally, the home funds, that is simply money that is being given to our community from the federal government and the American Rescue Plan, and a small change needed to be made to the text of that. Nothing substantive, nothing significant, nothing that impacts the allocation or intent, just a clarification. So there's nothing substantial or significant in any of these changes, and it follows our regular procedure. I will turn over to the clerk if you could walk us through how we plan and publish the agendas, and then how the modifications work.
Absolutely. So about a week usually before any city commission standing meeting, which is first and third Thursdays, we have an agenda review meeting. At that meeting, we go through all of the items that have been received into our office at such time. That's also an opportunity for staff and commissioners to make aware to all of us and the public any items that may be forthcoming. In accordance with our city commission rules, any items that are stated there that may not already be on that printed agenda is not considered an update. We're able to go in, make those additions, corrections, or deletions prior to that. As you all know, in the course of business, things change, things happen unexpectedly, sometimes time-sensitive items come up, or things are forgotten. We are human, last time I checked. And so we are able then to go in and make those updates, usually by Monday or Tuesday of the week of the meeting, and then produce them in front of you, which is what we're doing here today. I will also state, because I think there's sometimes a little bit of a misunderstanding, agendas are not required by law. The only thing that is required by law is that we publicly notice a meeting and we take minutes. Agendas are our way of adding transparency to our local government so that all of our members of our community can follow what is going on. And so I know that that conversation and concern has come up before, but we do our best to provide our agenda as far in advance as possible, but there's of course always room that something may be updated or changed prior to the actual begin of our meeting date. And one last thing, that's why we actually have an item to adopt our agenda. So if there is something that comes up that could be problematic, the commission as a body has the opportunity to say whether or not they'll hear that particular item on that date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, I want to be clear that those first 3 items for the property on South Main Street, we voted, as the mayor said, to add a special meeting, or to instruct staff to work on scheduling a special meeting, and that's what's coming back to us, to schedule the special meeting so that these items don't get talked about at 10 o'clock at night or sometime late in a meeting, and so that we can have a meeting that is a time certain early in the evening so that there can be public input. And I know that there may be confusion about that, and there may also be some folks who just don't want it understood that way. But that's the truth of it. we're having a special meeting on this, or would like to have a special meeting on it, so that the public can be a part of it, and so that it doesn't happen at 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, say aye. All opposed? We've closed public comment already. Mr. Blunt, the last person spoke, and then we went back to commission deliberation. Okay. Whoa, Miss Beatty, out of order. Absolutely out of order. Mr. Blunt, go ahead. I had closed public comment, but if you have something to say about an item on consent agenda, we're happy to hear it.
I apologize. I have this bad habit of being invisible. Me and Ralph Ellison just hangs on.
Mr. Blunt, it's not that you're invisible. You came in
If my
after I
time is
closed public
running,
comment.
please wait.
Miss Beatty, that's your second. Mr. Blunt, I'll give you your full 3 minutes back. That's your second outburst. You're preventing the orderly administration of this meeting. I would ask you to conduct yourself in a civil manner, and if you can't do that, I'll have to recognize the Sergeant at Arms. Thank you. Mr. Blount, go ahead. You have your 3 minutes back.
Thank you. I had wanted to comment on those first three items, and I'm glad that it's going just to a meeting. And I believe I understood the definitions, quasi-judicial. That's the final decision has to go through a live meeting. I believe that cannot be approved on consent on a quasi-judicial. I hope that's correct. As for the special election funding, with that many candidates, it's pretty predictable. If you study political science, there's going to be a runoff. And it's a shame we don't have ranked choice voting. We would know today who the person selected is, and we would not have to go 2 more months with reduced representation. The item I want to speak to most is about the contract, item 3 on this print, the budget revision. I think that is too big, too important to pass on consent without being verbally given on this dais. And especially if we're going to follow in the footsteps of the Global Environmental Conference that just happened, the COP, what was it?
26.
Oh, yes, the COP out. It was a COP out, and we're copping out. There was considerable discussion about the idea of investing deeper into a form of energy that we know we want to transition from. It is the backwards move from what we need to do. And it makes it harder. It creates a barrier to later transition, to have invested in the wrong energy sources more. One thing that did come out of COP was that natural gas needs to get off the table too. It doesn't stick around as long, but it's many more times more dangerous to the atmosphere. So for our utility to invest heavier in the idea of investing heavier in natural gas, it's the problem we have with our whole utility system and pretty much nationwide, not just this city. We're so mortgaged to the grid. Just kind of like with healthcare, you make something vital into a big, throbbing profit center. Well, you do that and it turns around and it you. So we need to not keep tickling that monster. And we have to not set barriers to the work we claim we're going to be about later, transitioning to clean energy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to the commission. There's a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda with 5 modifications. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We've got Commissioner Duncan Walken absent today. Madam Clerk, next.
Our next item is the adoption of the regular agenda with modifications. File 210506, appointments to the Gainesville CRA, change text file. File 210453, University of Florida Campus Development Agreement, added item and backup. File 210656, Commissioner Harvey Board, Gainesville Housing Authority Potential Partnership, added item. File 210659, Fiscal Year 2021 Year-End Analysis of Budget, added item.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda with modifications, with the exception of number 210453, the USCDA.
Okay, that motion, I'm sorry, was there a second? Motion and a second that we adopt the agenda as modified without number 7. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe we should hear that item, especially since we received a letter from Mr. Lane, Vice President of the University of Florida, that addressed many of the concerns that are being brought forward. So I won't support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of the public that wish to speak to adoption of our regular agenda, Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Mayor Poe, Commissioners Nathan Scott. So I have the same concern regarding the late added items to the regular agenda, particularly the UF item. I think there's some controversy amongst that. This second page says this is a second. I think it's second hearing, which would be, I think, inappropriate. The addition of the item by Commissioner Ward, again, the clerk gave a good explanation about adding items, but if it's not time sensitive and it's not brought up at the agenda review, then it should be under extraordinary circumstances, and I don't think that is, and I don't think it was raised at the agenda review. Subject to check. And then the budget analysis added item, according to the narrative in the agenda, is $13.8 million surplus to the general fund, which begs the question why you had to raise property taxes on low-income households, hardworking Gainesville families, and local businesses if you have that much of a surplus. But again, these late added items are problematic, and you can explain it away all you want to, but those of us that appear before the commission and follow the commission regularly in the interest of good governance know better, because it's just excuse making. There was a comment made about justifying some other items, that we have to have special meetings because we want to hear from the public. Commissioner Ward said that. Well, you heard almost 3 hours of public comment of unanimous opposition to putting a 6-story building at St. Michael's, and you didn't listen to a single thing. Matter of fact,
Mr. Scott, if you could
Commissioner
reserve that for
Ward
general
wanted a
public comment.
5-story building. You don't listen to the public, Mayor Poe. Thank you.
Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody on the docket at this time to speak to the regular agenda.
Okay.
I'm okay going without.
That's not your choice, Ms. Beatty. It's our policy. And we'd appreciate if the city manager directs our employees. Thank you.
Oh, I wasn't directing her. I was just making a comment. First of all, I'd like to correct the issue about Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt was in the room before I was. He was gentleman and
Ms.
asked
Beatty, I
me
let
to
him
speak
talk
beforehand.
I gave
so,
him his 3 minutes, Ms. Beatty.
Excuse me, it's my time. I'm using it. I would like to echo the comments that were said during the consent agenda that I made. I will not repeat them. That Mr. Scott just spoke to, that you should not be changing the agenda now. These are not urgent items, and if they were, they should have been put on during agenda review, not at the last minute, not changed here. And the other comment I'd like to make regarding the agenda, and when you go through the meeting and you call items, please read the description of the items. I look back at the last meeting and you went to pull off BD4, pull off this, just calling out numbers in shorthand. You have public out there that are trying to follow what goes on, that are trying to be good citizens and do their homework and understand what's going on. And when you just call items by their agenda shorthand, it is confusing to the public. So just as we've repeatedly asked you not to use acronyms and to use the words so people know what you're talking about, I ask you to do the same thing with these agenda items so that you're sure that people know what they're talking about. And thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chamber want to speak to adoption of our regular agenda? Okay, we'll turn back to the commission.
Wait, Mr. Mayor, we're screening one person. If you could hold for just a split second.
Sure, go ahead, Adam.
Thank you. Please wait. Okay. Mr. Mayor, that is not a caller for regular agenda. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I will not be supporting this motion either. I believe that we need to have the second hearing of the CDA. That way questions can be answered. Our staff can reply to any questions of the commission or the public as far as what the boundaries of that particular agreement are and what it does, what our authority is and is not. So I think it's important that we continue to hear that. I'll go back to Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mayor. And I respect that choice. My intent was to mirror the actions of our counterparts across the street at the county. Although we did receive that letter, it was vague at best. I think that we should wait out until they have substantial answers for us in the questions that we've already asked and the requests we've already made.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so motion on the floor to approve the regular agenda with the modifications accepting number 7, not including number 7. All in favor of that say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Nay. That motion fails. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified.
Motion and a second that we adopt the regular agenda as modified. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes. All right, Madam Clerk.
Next item is early public comment.
Okay, so as I say at the beginning of the meeting, this is an opportunity that we have for folks to comment on any items that are on our agenda later today. By doing so, you forfeit your ability to speak on them later when they do come up for discussion. But you will have the opportunity, if you'd like to speak to more than one item, you'll have up to 5 minutes. If you just want to speak to one item that's on our agenda later, then you'll have 3 minutes. This is different than general public comment. General public comment is when you can speak to anything you want that's not on our agenda at all. And that will come up right after early public comment if you're here for general public comment. So with that, I will start with anybody in chamber that's here for early public comment. Any items? Mr. Shepard, I just guessing that you are here for general public comment.
Yes, I'm going to leave after this, sir.
Oh, you are? Okay. Go ahead.
2 topics I'd like
Sure.
to speak about. The regional airport is one, and the other is the regional utility seeking security force contracts. I'd like to start with that first.
Sure. And so, if
Okay.
you-
Okay, and on that thing, I'd like the security force contracts. I don't think at this time we need to do that. Regarding the hardships and financial expenditures that are taking place, I think this should be switched to the agenda in December's agenda. My second one is the airport, Gainesville Regional Airport presentation hearing. I won't be here for that, but what I wanted to bring to your attention that I heard that the airport land on the left side of the entrance of the airport is being purchased by Walmart, and the land across from the airport, kitty corner across the airport, is also being purchased by them. And they have people out there now, CWC surveyors, surveying the property today. They've been out there since this morning, and there's been no notification, as Mrs. Beatty mentioned, that there have been topics put on the agenda that are items in which the public hadn't been educated to or learned about, to take and bring up their attentions and viewpoints of how to do things different. I'd like to bring back the item that happened 3 years ago about the ramp over top of the road, of Waldo Road. I would like that reinstated so that we can take and get the contract of Page Airways, and there's several others that were interested in and bringing their business here to Gainesville. So I would like to reinstate that. What else? How many minutes? I got more time. So, special election advance funding. I think that this here should not be, because this here was moved to the city hall. One, two is that this here is money that they already received at the Alachua County Voter Election Board, and for this other money to be thrown at them, I don't think it's called for in the behalf of the taxpayers. This should not be. Taxpayers can't even pay their utility bills, and I'm one of them that is there, almost there myself. And so I like to wish I was going to be here for this regional airport thing, so that I could give more of an outlook of what I would like to do with the airport, and that's doing a turntable at the airport. So that's all I have, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Shepherd. Adam, do you have anybody on the line for early public comment?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I have one person at the moment. Jonathan, please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes for one issue, 2 minutes for another.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can,
Okay,
Jonathan.
so my name is Jonathan Orsini. My name is Jonathan Orsini. I'm a citizen of Gainesville, and I also a recent graduate of the University of Florida. I'm calling to comment on BD6, the CDA, the CDA. Back when I was a student, a graduate student, we were working for a considerable period of time to get the University of Florida to be more transparent on the decisions that they were making about housing. And we worked with them for about a year, and it was really difficult, tough sledding. Most of the administrators at the University of Florida that were working on the housing issue were not particularly transparent, and it took really a lot of effort and a lot of time for us to find administrators on campus that are willing to be more transparent and to work with students to discuss the graduate housing issue. Now, I think the reason we would ask the city to not approve the CDA, or at least to put off the voting for it, is essentially we're seeing the same thing from the university now that we did then, which is that we're hearing things that are starting to sound like they're going in the right direction, like they're going to be doing things to provide more affordable housing for the community. They actually have some kind of plan, it seems like, to offset the housing that they're going to be destroying, but it's not specific enough. And what we would like is for the city to not approve the CDA, because we would like to force the university to actually be more transparent and be more specific in their plans to offset the loss of affordable housing for the city of Gainesville. So my feelings on this are coming as a resident of Gainesville. I've lived here since 1987, and also as a former student. They have to have a plan. And I just want to say there have been some administrators that have been working really hard on this, but it's just hard for us to trust the University of Florida at this point, given their recent history, especially as it relates to housing, just because they have not been transparent in the way they choose to make decisions, because no one has forced them to be transparent. The city has a chance to force them to be transparent now, so I hope you will by delaying the CDA or opposing it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in chambers that wishes to participate in early public comment?
Yes, Mayor Poe, and I'm going to exercise the 5-minute option on multiple items, please.
Okay, yeah, just tell us which items.
All right, it's going to be BD2, it's going to be BD6, which is the UF, BD5, parking in Midtown, and BD8.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So with respect to BD2, which is a contract for purchase and sale of real property, Airport Industrial Park, it's my understanding, and I'd like to get some more factual information regarding that really doesn't seem to be in the narrative. But it's my understanding that that Shands approached the city, or UF approached the city on that sale. If that's the case, then I would hope it would be a direct sale, but that's further complicated potentially by Colliers being involved. As you know, if Colliers is involved, I would hope they wouldn't be, in light of the school board land purchase scandal that everyone in this room has probably read about in the Gainesville Sun and on TV 20, and school board member Tina Certain did a great job of exposing that shady deal. But they were representing both parties in that and driving up the price at the same time, allegedly. So I'd like to know if Colliers is involved from a city management perspective. I think it would be incumbent in light of the school board scandal for this commission to give due consideration to terminating the contract with Colliers just based upon the conduct. I mean, that's just whether it's legal is a question of law, but it seems to be unethical and just wrong. So I would hope that Colliers wouldn't be involved in this particular transaction. And if it is, I would encourage the commission to exit and have a direct sale based upon at least 3 different appraisals to make sure they're getting market value for the property. Moving on to BD5, which is the Commissioner Hayes Santos parking in Midtown at the monstrosity known as the Standard. Yeah, they do have a lot of extra parking spaces, but here we get ourselves in the crux of hypocrisy. The commission tells us, lectures us that we need to reduce our carbon footprint and walk and not drive cars, but you're creating more parking. That just seems to be a juxtaposition of what the commission routinely lectures us about, and I think it remains to be seen. I don't think those spaces are going to be made available to the public for free, so it just seems like we're doing throwing a bone to the developer to allow them to have an additional revenue stream without consideration for the public. As you know, they infringed upon the city's right-of-way when they built that monstrosity of a building, and I think you let them off the hook for painting a $25,000 mural or something like that. So the city needs to do a better job of protecting the taxpayers and the citizens' interests. BD6, University of Florida Campus Development Agreement. End of the day, UF needs to pay its fair share. And if you read the stories in the media, TV 20, the Gainesville Sun, there's been discussion about when UF came previously about that plan and discussed it. There was an assessment that they had to pay that was negotiated, which was millions of dollars. But there doesn't seem to be any discussion of that this time around. So I think that there have been a lot of good points raised about UF. And I'm a double gator, so it really pains me to say this. I got an aerospace engineering degree and a law degree from UF. But UF needs to start acting like a better neighbor. I mean, they asked the city to pay for the East Side Clinic to build the building where they're going to make money from. I mean, it's just all about them. And they need to step up and show that they're a community partner. And, things that are important to the city and county should be asked for. And on that issue, I thought it was appropriate that Commissioner Sacco made a motion to pull this item because it was late added and seconded by Commissioner Ariola, who ducked the vote and kind of left his colleague hanging. So that's disappointing. So I look forward to hearing that discussion. Finally, on BD8, which is the late added item for fiscal year 2021 year-end analysis of budget compared to actual revenues and expenditures for the period beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021, states in the end of that narrative that, quote, the general fund is projected to experience a surplus of $13.8 million, end quote. Okay, if that's the case, folks, then why did you feel compelled to not only raise GRU rates, but property taxes on low-income households, hardworking Gainesville families, and local business if you had that type of surplus? That's just a money grab. You could have avoided that. I mean, people are suffering right now, and all you guys do are grabbing money as quick as you can get it. That's not appropriate. If I'm missing something, I'm standing corrected. But, if you're not aware of what your finances are, because this didn't go to the Audit and Finance Committee, then maybe you need to spend more time on this than focusing on global issues, because this is important, because people are struggling to pay their bills, but you don't seem to be concerned about the plight and the financial harm caused to the local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, do you have anybody else for early public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not for early public comment. We do for general in just a few minutes.
Sure thing. We'll get there in a moment. Anybody else in chamber here for early public comment? Okay, very good. Then, Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready for general public comment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anybody in chamber that's here for any items that are not on our agenda today? This with you. So
You got to keep them honest. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. I want to speak on a GRU item. GRU, in addition to the significant rate increases that you imposed along with property taxes on GRU customers. The GRU fuel adjustment charge just was increased 33%. So what that means for residential customers using the standard measure of 1,000 kWh, that their GRU bill now has gone up to $139.52 per 1,000 kWh subject to check, which, if my math is correct, represents almost a 14% increase in electric rates on the standard unit of measure. It's unaffordable. Our rates were unaffordable before. You raised the base rates, and now you, right on top of that, you raised the fuel adjustment charge significantly. And you knew or should have known that what the fuel deficit or surplus should have been before you decided to raise rates, and you didn't care. It was very kind of sleight of hand done. You do this, and then while no one's looking, the fuel adjustment charge goes way up. And yeah, I know natural gas is really high, but if natural gas is really high, we ought to be burning more biomass, which emits more CO2, tons of CO2 per megawatt hour than your coal plant. That's a fact. It's in GRU's data. So I hope everyone's listening to that. But I'm not making this up. I mean, you're almost at $140 per 1,000 kWh for residential rates, which is, based on the September data, is back to being the highest in the state of Florida for residential rates. I don't even want to think what commercial rates are, because, you know, if we had FPL here as opposed to GRU on the electric system, residential rates would be 33% cheaper. Commercial rates would be anywhere from 33 to 50% cheaper on electric rates. And that's a compelling argument in terms of the value proposition. And so this commission really needs to take a holistic look at strategic alternatives and options for this electric system, because you can't keep imposing rate increases on low-income households, hardworking Gainesville families, and local businesses. It's not sustainable. It's not a sustainable business model. It's unaffordable, commissioners. And, you know, the travesty of that is that this commission doesn't spend the appropriate time focusing on these issues. They focus on these global issues that really have nothing to do with the plight of low-income families, hardworking Gainesville families, and local business that are struggling to pay these bills. And your only solution to this, commissioners, is more taxpayer subsidies. Oh, well, rates are high because of your failed policies and your negligence and continued mismanagement of GRU at the hands of the mayor of the Gainesville City Commission. Oh, well, we'll just throw taxpayer money to help low-income families pay their bills. That's discriminatory rate making. It's not good policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 callers in the queue, the first of which is Beverly Craig. Ms. Craig, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Beverly Craig, and the last time I spoke, I was talking about the value of human beings involved in the violence in the Duval neighborhood. Okay, on November the 2nd, a lady got a neck slash where she almost got killed. She was 18 before she moved in the house. 18 bullets was fired out of the house. The only thing I can say to this commission and the mayor, no action by this body and others sends a clear message to our neighborhood that there is an evaluation of human loss of life when it involves a specific group of persons or certain neighborhoods, because nothing has been done to address what's happening in this neighborhood. So I also have a problem about businesses. I addressed this to the commission and the mayor about there have been 2 existing businesses in my neighborhood. And this man has a business at 1136 Northeast 25th Street. He's been in business for over 25 years. He doesn't pay any license, no occupational fees, no permits. Then we have another business on 25th Terrace at 1141. They don't have to pay any permits to lease out properties. I've had a business since 1995. I've had to pay occupational license. I had to pay for home permit. And it's not fair to any business in this town if y'all let these 2 businesses exist. You all do not accept them fees and everything. And one of these businesses promotes a lot of violence in our Duval neighborhood. You all need to address this. And if this city can't address it, Governor Sanchez them need to know about this and send someone into this city to address all this violence. The lady that got her throat slashed at 2509, this house is vacant again. You all need to send code enforcement to board this house up because it's going to be more violence again in this neighborhood. So I expect this commission to get back with me about those two businesses, because if you all don't, you all need to refund me all my monies I paid for business license and my permits. The last fee I paid was $4.50 to change my address. It's not fair to me or other businesses if y'all let these businesses regulate and you all do not tax them. So I'm expecting a response from the mayor and this commission within the next week or so. Otherwise, we need to get on the state and the federal level about you all not addressing problems in the city of Gainesville. And thank you very much. And y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Craig.
Ms. Craig.
Next person in chamber. Welcome back.
Hello. The recent Downtown Art Festival, you all know, did not happen for one day because of weather. And the first announcement I heard of that was Thursday evening before the weekend. Yet the altered routes and schedules for RTS for that weekend were not restored to normal for the Saturday when the obstruction did not exist. You may see some of the, I'm knocking off several different points along this. You may see some of the buses have a front ADA lift. It looks like 3 large steps, and what it does is project a flat platform to lift the person up, just like an elevator. Those are the oldest buses in the fleet. Those lifts frequently break, preventing people from getting on or leaving them stuck on board, and yet a lot of money is invested in keeping those oldest buses running when some of the units in the latest tranche of new buses have never hit the street because they're in the garage waiting for adjustments. Why is that money not being invested in the new buses instead of those old ones that continue to break? Recently, I was going to the Center for Performing Arts to see the Joey DeFrancesco presentation. It was fantastic. But my adventure getting there was really something. I went on the RTS trip planner function in their website and went to take the buses that it recommended. That bus was at that time supposed to be on about 40-minute headways. So it was an hour and a half later when I stopped the driver of a different bus and asked, why is route such and such not running at all? And they said, no, that one's not running today. Why was it not the duty of whoever stopped that route to go into the real-time online trip planner and take that bus out? Recently, the cutback of routes, that is the opposite of the action they need to do about their issue of losing ridership. That was all about reducing driver overtime. And the reason there's short of drivers, well, you might remember a couple summers ago, 36 drivers left all at once. It's a morale issue, and that's management. I could go on with a number of different items that demonstrate problems in that system, but time doesn't permit on here. But things have happened that should have been an alert 2 summers ago when that huge bunch of drivers left should have been an alert. But now things happen over and over that prove that that system does not have an attitude of customer service. You need to do something about having a system that is on time, that is useful, and that's how you get ridership.
Thank you. Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker on general public comment is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome to Ms. Curry, and thank you for stepping into the city government and listening already. All good wishes. Given rhetoric that came up in the election, I'd like to mention some history that has led to current problems with city government. UF was hyping the innovation economy at the time. The old Silicon Valley motto, go fast and break things, came to Gainesville city government 6 years ago when an inexperienced, untrained, novice city manager set out to turn city government into a technocratic enterprise. Changes came fast and things got broken, starting with governance that involves the public in decision making. The changes to supposedly make city government efficient and effective led to just the opposite, so needlessly and carelessly. A hiring spree of superfluous positions widened the wage gap among city employees, and consultants have made millions on what staff previously had routinely. The city manager's budget jumped 51% in his first year. The general fund grew 33% since 2015, and the commission isn't asking for accountability. There's lots more to that story, especially as UF and other huge corporate interests benefit at the expense of city residents and small businesses. One of the worst shifts was abruptly getting rid of less formal venues for staff, the public, and any commissioners to dig into big issues of development and public safety around the table as peers. When that happened in April 2016, commissioners asked how they were supposed to follow through. They were told to champion their own issues. And to this day, commissioners are misled to pursue their own interests with no continuity or umbrella committee. The animosity and confusion at meetings is not normal. This is not how self-government works, and the commission is missing out on crucial collective input to decision making. The mayor said at a recent meeting that he wants to devote quarterly meetings to hearing each commissioner's ideas for 30 minutes so he can help them. Just don't do that. Use the time for town hall meetings of all commissioners to listen to constituents on housing, development, and police. Have housing summits, have town hall meetings, dig into accountability for CARES and other money spent, look into monitoring incentives and consultants. The commission's job of protecting public assets and interests can't happen without broad, open public participation. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
next
Ms. Silva.
speaker in chamber, please. Come on down, sure. It's your turn. Just introduce yourself if you don't mind.
My name is Maria Jones, and most of you have talked to me at one time or another. And first thing I want to say is that I am very surprised to hear all the comments that I have heard. I've never attended just once before one of these city commissions. And yeah, this is quite an educational event. But my purpose here is to talk about the Royal Park Apartments, specifically to talk about the access to this development that's been proposed. Since the beginning, when we had our workshop on March 1st, the first thing that those of us, very few neighbors that were notified about this development, what we questioned most was how on earth are we going to have 192 units coming and all the traffic that they will develop just going through the access that was proposed by the developer, which is right off 39th Road. This is a dead-end street, like all of you know. I've talked to all of you, and so you all know that. And so we went ahead and had a petition, and we submitted it to, and I talked to most of you, if not all, about that, and this must have been back in April. And the solution that the city found, my proposal, or our proposal, was to have an access road starting in Newberry Road, since there's already cut there, and going north to development. The solution that was given, however, was to go through the emergency access road, which was on 5th Avenue, and make that another regular access road going into a small neighborhood, which means now that if, well, let's put it this way. Right now, neighbors on 39th Road use all the parking lots available to get out of that street. So if they can do that, so can the potential or the future neighbors living on Royal Park Apartments. They can also use the parking lots that are existing as those neighbors living off 39th Road. And I think that, oh, I have 30 seconds still. Okay, so please don't tell me that DOT is opposed when we don't know whether DOT is opposed. Don't tell me that they need depths, because I will go to Tallahassee and talk to DOT personally about why they need depths before something happens. Okay?
Very good.
And I'm determined to do that. And I've got 2 seconds. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help in all
Thank you
of this.
very much. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker is Armando Grinder Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Poe, I have one thing I wanted to do is make some comments. I've heard a lot of some of the comments from some members of the public, and it was with regards to GRU, and it just seems that there is this constant drumbeat. No matter what you do, it's always going to be a naysayer. And I hearken back to the last meeting, Mr. Poe, that was had when you had the general manager come before us and talk about what some goals and some aspirations that we have to try to make some changes in the direction that we can do that could transmogrify not only the utility, will be good for ratepayers. And it just seems that there's some folks out there that will continue the drumbeat of saying no. And I'm not saying that everything that they say is wrong, but it just seems to me whenever you all are trying to make a decision to do something that is correct, it's still, well, no, or it's wrong. And nobody does everything wrong. Nobody. Whether it be the former president, our former president, or our current president, or anyone. Nobody does everything wrong. And it just seems to me the constant drumbeat from some of the same voices, it wants to be, well, whatever GRU is trying to do it just seems to be the morass of just nonsense. So I want to encourage the general manager, and I need you all as the commission to encourage this general manager to do what needs to be done about helping alleviate upward rate pressure on not just poor people, it's everybody paying it. Because I like the narrative that keeps getting pushed about it's the poor people or poor black folks. Interesting people use that term. So I want to encourage you all, and yes, this is me actually saying encouraging, yes. We need to encourage GRU because GRU seems to be the punching bag, as Ms. Silva alluded to when it was general government. And by the way, welcome, Ms. Curry. Hello to you. When general government, this is not an aspersion at our new interim city manager, but general government prior to her grew at a rate of 25 to 30%. And it was GRU that keeps taking the hit as everything is wrong. And it's not GRU. It's all of us. This is about we and not just the select of us. So to the constant drumbeat of everything is wrong, when you're not offering any solutions, but you're the drumbeat, you know what? Woe is you and shame on you, because it gets old. Nobody does everything wrong. Cut it out. Thank you, Mr. Pope.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker in chamber, please. Welcome.
Okay, start. My name is Alex Teravakia, and I'm a resident on 36th Drive and a homeowner. And this is District 3. I am also talking about the Royal Park Apartments and the proposal that will come before you eventually. The first thing I want to comment is that I did not receive any public notice or formal notification that this was taking place. So I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball, and I'm disappointed that that's the case. My property is directly adjacent to it. If you jump my fence, you're on the property where the proposed site would be. And I find that a little bit disappointing, again, that I hadn't been notified. Going on to the proposal for the access point, I have multiple concerns, particularly as it relates to Northwest 5th Avenue. And that's because this is a residential neighborhood. This is a place where the streets are narrow, where people are accustomed to biking, where it's very routine to drive down the street and see children on the street doing Foursquare and playing basketball. And the residents in the neighborhood are very aware of this. We also have people walking their dogs, biking, etc. And I took a walk last night, and there were multiple people out, even at dark at 9 p.m., just walking and enjoying the neighborhood. I have concerns that would be compromised if we cut through there. I think the city also has to be very cognizant of what that will do for traffic. So if we go through that area, it's going to divert traffic to Northwest 8th Avenue, to Northwest 34th Street, and then down to Newberry Road. Getting out of our neighborhood is already a challenge. We have stoplights only at 36th Street. We don't have stoplights or sidewalks anywhere else. Even today, as I was leaving and trying to take a left out of the neighborhood on Northwest 8th Avenue, I could not do that. And that's because of the school that's there, the crossing guards, the kids that are crossing and walking themselves to school. And if we essentially double the amount of residences that are in that area, we're going to compromise safety no matter how we cut it. And we're going to have so much traffic going through. So I have concerns about that. I'm also concerned about flooding, and I think the city needs to be very aware that the impacts of flooding are going to extend into neighborhoods both north and south of us. It's a floodplain for part of it. There's a wetland. There's also a creek that goes through. And on my drive in particular, Northwest 36th Drive, there's already pooling of water on the street, sometimes 6 to 8 inches, even with mild rain. And so taking away that buffer, the trees and everything else, is going to make that worse. In kind of closing, I ask that the commissioners, I ask that the mayor, I ask that everybody be mindful when this eventually comes to you. When the developers ask you to remove the old subdivision that's written on paper, when they ask you to vacate that so that they can then put their proposal on paper, I ask that you vote no to that because I think it's going to compromise too much for our future. So thank you for your time and for listening to me today.
Thank you. Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker for general public comment is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I think it's important, especially for new people who are listening to the City Commission. GRU, Gainesville Regional Utilities, is not a separate organization. The city, the mayor, all the members, Mr. Poe, every single member on the City Commission, they are the ones who oversee our utility, GRU. Every single member on the City Commission, they are the board of directors of GRU. So our general manager is at the mercy of this particular City Commission. So how he's operating now, Mr. Bilarski, our utility general manager, is not the same way he operated when there was a previous mayor and commissioner. So I think it's important that the public know that. Mr. Nathan Scott is a former public service commissioner. He understands how utilities should be operated in a fiscally responsible way. So when he speaks with credibility. I have heard him and every other speaker who has spoken today praise this commission numerous times when they've done things that were appropriate, fiscally responsible, and in the best interest of public health and public safety. I am one of them. I'm a retired registered nurse, and I praise this commission numerous times of how they handled the pandemic back in 2020. So we have 3 minutes to speak, citizens. So they can't come up there to kiss everybody's rear end. When they have concerns, they have to use those 3 minutes in a productive manner. And I appreciate the citizens doing that, every single one of them today. They've done their research. They're highly intelligent, well-informed citizens, and I hope they never stop because they are advocating for the public's best interest. Mr. Poe, you and every single member on the City Commission, except for Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, keep operating our public meetings as if they're your private meetings. Speak in acronyms. There's nothing citizen-friendly in the way in which you operate these meetings. So I understand why the public does not trust you. Your policies are so regressive, and it's not just black people that are poor. Everybody, lower income people, they don't care.
Thank you, Ms.
Income
Martinez.
has nothing
Appreciate
We're
it.
at about 3 minutes.
We'll take the next speaker in the chamber,
Your
please.
regressive policies having the
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jim Weaver. I'm here to talk about the Royal Park apartments. I've been involved in that neighborhood for about the Gulfview Manor neighborhood for about 40 years. And it's a very families, kids, bikes, narrow streets, no sidewalks. And you're going to have a lot of traffic coming through there through the access of Fifth Avenue. I'm not so sure about the other access, but I imagine, because there's going to be two, supposedly. And it would just cause so much traffic. It's almost doubling the amount of traffic in that area. There's supposedly a conservation route behind, what is it, Ballyhoo's, a movie theater, that if that could be changed to make a pathway there, Gainesville can be more of a walkable city because the people that live in that new development are now going to be able to get to the shopping, the movies, bentos, a lot easier, versus they'll have to get in their car, drive all the way around, and it doesn't make sense. It's a conservation area, but can it be changed? I would think so, if everybody pushes for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Adam, and we're probably one speaker away from the end of our 30 minutes of public comment. Just letting the commission know that. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is nobody else on the line at this
Okay,
time.
we'll take the next speaker in chamber. One second, sir. We're just going to clean the area for you real quick. Thank you, Ms. Malden. Welcome.
I'm talking about the Royal Park complex as well. I've lived there in that neighborhood off and on since 1963. I've seen it go from a single-family neighborhood to mostly students with multiple cars in the yards. And since they've done certain changes to 34th Street and University Avenue, they have a lot of traffic has been funneled off of those, because 34th Street comes from a 6-lane road down to, going north, down to a 2-lane road. And it backs up tremendously. Because of that, people cut through our neighborhood to get to 8th Avenue. And I'm right in front of the proposed driveway to this complex. I'm right there. I'm at the corner of 36th Drive and 5th Avenue. And already my driveway empties out onto 5th Avenue. Already it's hard for me to get out of my driveway at certain times of the day because there's so many cars making the corner there. And there is a stop sign there, but it's largely unobserved. They fly right through it because they're in a hurry to get to 8th Avenue or wherever. It's just a mess. And to open this up to 192 units, it just seems insane from my point of view. I don't see an upside. All I see is downsides. And I'm generally an optimistic person. So I really don't need any more time. I think, the other people have said it well, and I don't need to underscore it. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you very much. Okay, members of the commission, our 30 minutes for general public comment has expired unless there's a motion to waive our rules and extend. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that we waive the rules for another 10 minutes of public comment.
Okay, motion and second that we waive our rules and extend general public comment for 10 more minutes. So we'll take the next speaker in chambers. I'm sorry. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. If I can get the overhead, can you see that when I do that?
Yeah, they'll get it on there.
Do it towards the neighborhood. Kind of throw out my comments. I'll mail them to you sometime. this is Woodland Terrace, right? This is the proposed Royal Park Apartments. This was initially going to be emergency access. This is the very back of our neighborhood. It's all been wooded. These are streets with no access to the back end. When you put an entrance here, what you're going to do is you're going to send 200, maybe 300 cars every day through our neighborhoods. Now we've got really tiny little streets. The street, Fifth Avenue that you're thinking of going to barely holds 2 cars. There's a house on the right that if you build a bridge to get across there, you're going to deny them access to their home. Possibly build something else for them, I don't know. The house on the left, every day, there'll be 200 or 300 cars going right by their window. If they try to turn right here, they can get to University Avenue or Newberry Road, but they will have to weave their way between parked cars. Any pedestrians using that area, they'll be having to dodge parked cars and cars coming in. If they park on both sides, which sometimes they do, it's almost impossible to get through. If they go straight, they can get to 36th Street. When they get to 36th Street, Fifth Avenue dips down because of the flooding. The houses are up. 36th Street was done above the flood level. So when you try to go on 36th Street, you're up like this. The trees are planted on each side, so you cannot see the road getting on and off. You have to kind of dash across or try to make a right-hand turn or try to make a left-hand turn. The right-hand side does go to Newberry Road, and that's great. The left side goes off to 8th Avenue, but it backs up there, and it empties onto the school zone for Littlewood. In that entire neighborhood, you've got people walking dogs night and day. You've got little children playing in the streets. You've got neighbors meeting on corners and talking. You've got people just strolling back and forth. It's become a great little neighborhood. If you put 200 or 300 cars through there, through the middle of the neighborhood, there's no real clear access to the other roads. So it's just going to be a traffic nightmare and a dangerous thing for pedestrians, children, anybody in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, just one second. Welcome.
My name is Beth Keith, and I've lived in the neighborhood of Woodland Terrace for over 60 years. We just learned about the Royal Park Apartment Project on Friday evening, November 12th, and we found a flyer that was posted on our door. This Royal Park Apartment Project was deeply distressing, mainly because of the traffic that would be using the proposed Fifth Avenue access point. My husband and I immediately contacted Maria Jones from the flyer. On Saturday, we finished posting the informational flyers for the rest of our neighborhood. On Sunday and Monday, we again walked the neighborhood to find out the reactions of our neighbors and see if willing to sign a petition to prevent this project's traffic from coming through. We were met with folks very eager to sign, and we obtained over 100 signatures opposing the traffic through our neighborhood. And that doesn't include the number of signatures that Maria Jones was able to obtain in Golf Club Manor near the project. We sent letters to you asking why you would even allow an apartment's traffic to come through an established neighborhood. Shouldn't they provide entrance and exits to main roads rather than a neighborhood? The proposed Royal Park Apartment Project want to use Northwest Fifth Avenue as an entrance and exit point, which will bring their 192 apartments traffic through our neighborhood. We already have our own traffic problems, as you've heard, especially during the busy times of the day, so why have more? What possible purpose would this be to disrupt the natural flow of a neighborhood with narrow roads and no sidewalks? Our residents frequently walk, bike, skate, and skateboard in the neighborhood. This includes children, college students, young professionals, elderly residents, and their pets. We like to visit with our neighbors, but with more traffic, it will become less safe. We are totally opposed to this, and we are willing to fight to prevent it. On top of the traffic issues are the flooding issues. This 22-acre project is part of the 100-year floodplain, and every year it gets worse with flooding. Hogtown Creek provides the drainage for the area, and it silts up more and more and has to be cleaned out, which don't get me started on the machinery needed to actually enter the creek to maintain a decent flow along these man-made silt traps. When Hogtown Creek overflows at the 34th Street Bridge, the water fills the neighborhood and then drains directly into the floodplain where these apartments are planned. The proposed Fifth Avenue entrance won't even be viable as an emergency entrance when that happens. This project in a floodplain certainly does not seem like an appropriate place for more housing. We are supposed to be the tree city, yet we see wooded acres cut down in the name of progress. This also displaces the wildlife. The current development plan for the Royal Park Apartments seems to be in conflict with numerous goals and objectives outlined in the City of Gainesville Comprehensive Planned Future Land Use, Element Goals, Objectives, and Policies. There are multiple areas where there are vacant buildings or lots that could be used, renovated, or rebuilt for affordable housing without destroying the wooded areas that make our city so beautiful and cause unnecessary traffic issues through our neighborhoods. Thank you for listening and for your support
Thank you.
in this matter.
Appreciate it. We'll take the next speaker in one moment. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I had other comments before these neighbors came. I'll make my other comments very brief. Mr. Grundy Gomez, I think, misunderstands why many of us come here. And I think what I understood from Mr. Scott's comments was we want our decisions and information made public and not things just thrown on the consent agenda and very important information seemingly ignored. I was going to say that it's about time you added a citizen comment time back. You've reduced us from 3 to 1 in the afternoon, and for all the talk about wanting citizen involvement, you only want some citizens involved. You don't want others, and those of us that come all the time are part of the ones that you don't want here. But there are also people that work, people that can't get here at 1 in the afternoon. Your little recorded citizen comments and your come early and leave so you don't have to watch how we do our work. That's like getting old. I think I think you really need to add citizen comment back at 6 o'clock at least. The end of the meeting, you all always seem to want the last word. To the fellow residents that are here, I would just tell you, keep it up. Talk to people that have been involved. Talk with your neighbors in Suburban Heights and see what you have to do to get this commission to listen to what the citizens want. It's going to be a tough road, but stick to it. Don't let them deter you. Ask for public records. Ask to see their emails. Try to figure out what's going on and what's not being seen. This is not the way the commission used to operate a decade ago, 2 decades ago. We used to have commissions that were more receptive to citizen input and talking about ideas. As was mentioned earlier, I think there were at the Suburban Heights, at the meeting about St. Michael's, 100% of the citizens spoke against what this commission is thinking about doing, and yet we were thanked for it. They were thanked, I didn't even speak, they were thanked for their comments and then received a lecture about why this was good and why kind of grow up and move on. So I support these neighbors as I do the people in Suburban Heights and throughout the city that are against the St. Michael's. And if I can help anybody, let me know.
All right, thank you. Once again, our period of public comment has expired, even after that addition. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
I'll move that we extend it by 10 minutes.
Okay, motion to waive our rules and extend public comment for another 10 minutes until 2:30. Motion and second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes. We'll take our next speaker.
Hello. Actually, I'm planning to speak later as well, but I just had a brief request. Actually, first, thank you guys for your patience and for extending public comment. It shows a decent amount of respect for public opinion in the city, and we do appreciate it. I just ask if you guys could try to speak a little more clearly. I'm hearing impaired, birth defect, and I'm having problems understanding some of you when you speak, so if you can just try to articulate, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Yes, sir.
Mayor Poe and Commissioners, greetings. I live in the proximity of the proposed Royal Park apartment thing. Now, I just am opposed to a high-density real estate, especially in already an existing floodplain, a problem which is increasing, not decreasing. So I oppose it on that level. As far as the traffic issues, that's true too. I'm familiar with all the traffic, and I will leave it at that. But I'm certainly opposed to this high density development in a quiet residential floodplain area. And there's my 35 seconds of fame. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, about as far as anybody being wrong, never being wrong all the time, they didn't have my ex-wife. I was never right any about anything the whole time. But I live to be here today to talk to you and try to make you laugh. Bye for now.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak on general public comment? Any items that are not on our agenda today? Okay, Adam, I'm going to... No, ma'am. Only we're equitable here. Everybody gets the same 3 minutes. No preference to anybody. Everybody's treated equally. Adam, do you have anybody that, since I last asked you?
Thank you for turning back here, Mr. Mayor. No, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. We will now close this segment of general public comment. Thank you for the commission for extending that opportunity. We will now turn back to the commission. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you all for coming here. I was hoping that a member of our staff could address some of the things brought forward on this proposal. My understanding is this doesn't come before the city commission, and then also touching on, I think, the traffic and traffic studies, flood control, what is the affordability of the housing, and then also just a thought for us, the ability for the city to consider prioritizing building a sidewalk on Northwest 5th Avenue, and then also connectivity kind of just around this project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Director, Department of Sustainable Development. Let's see, to answer some of Commissioner Hayes Santos' questions, the Commissioner is correct. This is not a project that will come before the City Commission or one of our advisory boards. It is a by right development. The project is in development review as we speak. With respect to the traffic information, we did actually directly talk to FDOT. They indicated that they would not support a driveway location on Newberry Road because of the proximity to the intersection, both the existing intersection at 2nd and Newberry, as well as the adjacent driveway into the commercial portion of Royal Plaza or Royal Park. They did recommend the driveway access be off of 39th to the project's western boundary, as well as secondary access off of Northwest 5th. I did speak with the Mobility Department, who had reviewed the traffic study. The majority of trips are anticipated to be coming from the Northwest 39th drive access with a secondary access off of Northwest 5th. There are numbers for the AM and PM peak hour trips. There are not any anticipated modifications that the traffic study indicated for Northwest 5th because the anticipated volume of traffic is very low. In terms of the PM or AM trips on to 5th, it's roughly in the 30 trips in the morning and about a little bit less in the evening. The project is an affordable housing project. It is funded through the state's sale program. All of the units are affordable. I don't have the particular affordability levels. I believe they're all at or below 60% of AMI for the life of the project. I think that covers everything. Was there? Oh, environmental. There are both wetlands and floodplain on the property. The development is clustered. The residential buildings to the southwest portion of the property to avoid. There will be no impacts to wetlands. The floodplain is being mitigated for with essentially the center portion of the property is for compensating storage of the floodplain area. I think that's it.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Persons.
Sure.
Commissioner Ariel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank my neighbors, some of you quite literally, for coming to speak about this issue. This has been for a while now, many months sort of in the making. Originally, there was a rendition where there would only be one exit of the development to the west, and then hearing from neighbors' concerns, the addition of the Northwest 5th was added to it. And I want to echo a lot of the concerns that were said today. As you, my colleagues, know, I feel very passionately about the housing shortage in Gainesville and the crisis that is putting on prices for housing. And so I'm not opposed to developing new housing in Gainesville. I want us to be to be much more sensitive to the context of where this development happens and how we allow connectivity. The emergency exit was a great idea because there's a fire station on University right there, and so the ambulances and fire trucks already use Northwest 36 to quickly get to 8th Avenue and bypass some of the traffic. So that would be a good location for an emergency exit, but I don't think it's appropriate to open it. And I find it curious that FDOT wants to give suggestions for how we open up our roads, but they don't want to give recommendations for allowing the usages of their roads. So I don't accept their recommendation at all. But I think the connectivity here has to be reviewed because it to me does not seem like a good precedent to set or rather I don't think it really fits into our plans to allow more connectivity to the major roadways because it's going to be opening up to a established residential neighborhood rather than taking options that would connect it closer to direct roadways, and it would be easier also for RTS to get through in that manner. So, in my view, I understand that this is by right, but I also understand that we're the policymakers for the city of Gainesville. So I would like for us to have a conversation with development, with the neighbors, and try to have a workshop where we can get these issues on the table and really discuss how we can come to good solutions for the neighborhoods. Because this is a continuing theme where we have the issue of the housing shortage, the issue of where development is placed, and the issue of neighbors' concerns. And I don't think that we need to choose sides. I reject the notions that there are binary choices. I think that we need to find solutions, and I think that FDOT needs to change their mind about opening up that additional driveway. And I think that's a fair assessment to put forward. So I will be asking our staff to engage in that, and I would like us to schedule that workshop at a future date if I could make that a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second to schedule a workshop. And I, certainly, Commissioner, that's something you could do also absent the entire commission. That might be a little easier to schedule and facilitate, but we'll see how this vote goes. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Is this just a clarification? Is this a workshop on this development, or what exactly is the parameters of this workshop?
Yeah, the parameters of the workshop would be the context of the development.
Okay.
And I guess, okay, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So, yeah, I would rather the district commissioner sit down with the neighbors and staff first before scheduling a workshop. I think that's a cleaner and easier way to talk through options. But I do want to make one comment. I kept hearing the comment that this apartment complex is going in next to a residential neighborhood. This apartment complex is a residential neighborhood. These are families. I mean, these are people that are going to be your neighbors. They have kids too that they're going to walk and who are going to ride bikes with your kids who ride bikes. It's a wonderful thing that your neighborhood has narrow streets. That's the safest thing that can be. It's great that cars park on both sides. That slows traffic down. Wide streets encourage speed. And so, I think that our staff can help alleviate some of your concerns when we look at what actually makes our neighborhood safer, what actually makes our roads safer. I agree with Commissioner Ariola. We've got a severe housing shortage in our community. And so we need to be supportive of housing that gets built in high opportunity areas next to excellent schools, next to excellent shopping, and has easy access to our major employment centers. I mean, those are all good things. It means a little bit of change. It means having new neighbors and being able to welcome new families. But it can all be done in a reasonable way that I think addresses all of your concerns. So, I'm happy to do the workshop. But especially because this is a by right development, there's not a lot the commission can do to change, what the outcomes might be. The one thing I hate to do is offer some sort of false assurance of something that can happen that really can't. So I don't want to say we can change DOT's mind, because we can't. We can ask them, we can work with them, but at the end of the day, they're going to decide where the curb cuts go on Newberry Road. That's it. So, we can continue to try to work through some of those things, but I think in alignment with what Commissioner Santos was saying, if we can prioritize putting in some amenities and facilities, especially on Fifth, that make it easier for folks to move about the neighborhood, I think those are things that are actually under our control. And if you want to talk more, we can schedule some meetings or appointments where this is not really the forum to do that. Mr. Persons?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is this thing on? There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did want to maybe ask a clarifying question. So the project is in site plan review currently. It has not received approval yet, but I guess I would caution the commission. I don't think what I'm hearing is you want us to hold up the development review process in order to facilitate this workshop. Is that correct? Because I think that would be somewhat problematic. If the development meets the city's development review standards, then I don't think the city would have a lot of
well, I would certainly turn to our attorney and ask for some input too. I mean, I think that gets into, unless we have a justification for doing that,
right.
If they're following all of our established procedures and rules,
I just don't want to.
And we're arbitrarily delaying something that puts us in.
Just cautious to put staff in that position.
Yeah, I think we can try to get the workshop scheduled and those conversations can be had. Go ahead, Commissioner Ariola.
My colleague was first.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things that we need to be careful about is, I mean, the rules that are in place when a development is put forward, we can change rules for future developments, but when the rules are set in the beginning, when we change those midstream, that creates, I think, legal issues, but it also, I mean, it increases the cost of housing as well, and this is affordable units, and we have issues, and by delaying things, we are delaying families from having a house. That's what we're doing. I think one of the things, connectivity is important. I think making Northwest Fifth Avenue an even safer and better street is a good thing. And all the streets, I mean, I think every street in our city should have a sidewalk and should be made for walking. But connectivity between neighborhoods is good because, I mean, one of the biggest issues we have and you see in suburban sprawl is two neighbors back up to each other, but you have to drive a mile around or get very difficult to get to those housing, and those people can't be friends, those kids can't be friends because of the long distance, even though their backyards may touch. So connectivity is good, and I just want to make sure we don't stop people from having homes. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola, and then this was not an agenda item today, so we can have future discussions about this. But this was not something any of us, I think, were prepared to talk about today. We're trying to hear your concerns and schedule some follow-up meetings, but this was not one of our business items today. We'll need to, schedule that for a future meeting. Commissioner Ariola?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is my intention of the motion, to have a future conversation. I understand that we have policy processes. I also understand we're the policy makers. And so I don't think that it is inappropriate to ask that we have discussions that invite neighbors to have more input into development that is going to have an effect on the context of where they live. And I'm not, I'm not trying to say that this is what the commissioner was saying, but I'm certainly not opposed to more housing in Gainesville. And so my hope is that this conversation can be one about where we can go forward positively. A sidewalk on 5th would be great. A crosswalk across 34th would be better. Those conversations can happen at the same time as conversations with maybe FDOT would like to hear from some of their constituents. And maybe they would change their mind if more constituents were brought to the table, including some of the businesses that are there. I know that FDOT is very business friendly, and it would be helpful to businesses to have that additional cut through. So all I'm saying is that I think that particularly in my district, I've seen instances where we don't have enough conversation with the folks who are developing land by right, the staff who are following our policy guidelines, and the neighbors whom ultimately all of us serve. And all I'm asking is that we have those conversations. I'm not making any promises, but I think that if we reject the idea of more dialogue, I feel as though we are just continuing to ask for more trouble. And so I'd very much like us to do this. And I have met with at least one neighborhood through Zoom. It was many, many months ago. I recognize some of your faces. But I do have plenty of neighborhood meetings whenever I get the opportunity. And sometimes staff is there, sometimes they're not. But I would welcome the opportunity for the commission to take part in the discussion, because at the end of the day, I am one commissioner. I don't do anything alone. We make the policy together. Thank you.
Commissioner Stockton?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given that this is a development by right, as was stated many times, I don't, Dr. Wolf has frequently asked us, what is the point of whatever meeting you're doing? What is the intent? Are you trying to give information? Are you trying to collaborate? A workshop in theory is how do we get ideas to, to function back and forth, and now we have a better solution. We're not going to have that here because we can't make the developer do it. I don't want us to have a meeting, have to notice a meeting, have to have staff come to a meeting, have to have the developer come here for something that they don't have to do. And they can just ignore us. There's no way to make them come to the table. If the district commissioner wants to meet and keep having those conversations and put it on a business agenda in the future, fine. And then we can invite the developer if they choose to come. But I don't think it's an appropriate use of our resources or the past hour to debate it up here today, or to just set a workshop when we have limited information. I think, and we can't make those requests or demands of the developer. If we want to have a business discussion prior to well, actually, no, does it even come to our review at this point? It won't, because it's by right. So if we want to have it as a discussion item in the future, that's fine. I'm not going to vote for a workshop because we can't do anything with what comes out of that workshop for this development.
To conclude, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am going to vote for the workshop. What I'm looking for from the workshop is for us to talk about how we might do ingress and egress, how we can do the streets differently and better perhaps, and have that. I think that the developer is likely not trying to do something that makes everybody angry. I think giving an opportunity for conversation, for flow of information is a positive thing. Now, don't walk out of here thinking that there's a chance you're going to kill the development, because it's not likely. I mean, that's not what it is. But it is an opportunity, in my mind, to have a conversation about traffic flow. That is what I think we're having this workshop for. And I think that there's an opportunity to maybe solve some problems in that process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion to schedule a workshop to discuss this development further. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes 3-2 with Hayes Santos and Sacco in dissent. Okay, thank you all for coming. We'll let you know when that workshop gets scheduled, where it's going to be, and all that stuff. All right, Madam Clerk. You know what? I wanted to, real quick, some other public comment items. It was suggested that commissioners should not share our ideas with one another at general policy committees and have town halls instead. I want to remind everybody that we do have town halls scheduled every quarter, as well as a plethora of other public meetings that are very specific to whether it's a comprehensive plan update or the downtown strategic development plan or mobility plans or all kinds of other things. And so there are many town halls scheduled that are very specific to certain topics. Madam Manager, if you could ask somebody to follow up with the addresses of concern that Ms. Craig called in about. I think we can get the addresses from the audio. I think there's two about illicit businesses and one about a vacant property that maybe Codes needs to look at about securing. I think that can be done through your office without objection. Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
All right, our next item is BD1, Gainesville Regional Airport presentation with a recommendation that the commission hear a presentation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. My name is Eric Bredfeld.
If you'll just pause for a sec, Mr. Bredfeld. Got his recruitment. Okay, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Bredfeld.
Again, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Eric Bredfeld, and I do economic development and real estate.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bredfeld, if you'll pause one more moment.
No problem.
Okay, we should be good. We'll reset your time.
Thank you. Third time is the charm. Eric Bredfeld. I do economic development and real estate work for the city of Gainesville. And Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, we were here, Alan and I were here several months ago for an airport grant, which we will bring to the city commission on occasion. And at that meeting, the invitation was made to maybe have Alan, the CEO of the airport, come back and just present to the commission sort of what's going on at the airport. Because we're sort of, the city and the airport are somewhat tied at the hip on a few issues. There's been a lot of things going on at the airport recently, and we felt today would be a good opportunity for the commission to hear a presentation from Alan about, he's got a PowerPoint, it's about 15 minutes, and then have any dialogue or any issues or questions that you'd like to hear answers to. And the recommendation is just to hear a presentation.
Okay, very good. Yeah, and unfortunately, the commissioner that requested this is not with us today, so we can just ask her to follow up maybe separately with Mr. Pinksa if there are follow-up questions. But oh, you did? Oh, I thought Commissioner.
She requested the second one.
Oh, this is the next one. Okay, very good. All right, well, welcome. Glad you're with us.
Okay, well, yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. Thank you for the opportunity, and thanks to Eric and your staff. We work quite closely at times on projects, and we appreciate all the cooperation and the hard work that goes in on both sides. So I did want to give you a quick update. As you know, some of you were at our terminal ribbon cutting ceremony, so I'll breeze through that portion of it a little bit. But I just, on the first slide here, I just want to, I always like to start the presentation. Next slide, please. I don't have a button. Okay. You know, one of the things we always like to keep up to date with and to let you know is the economic impact of the airport to the city and the surrounding area. We right now have approximately 440 employees at the airport and various businesses that are located up there. Our own airport authority is about 39 jobs, general aviation side 198, 200 on the airline side. So every few years, the state does an economic impact of the airport on the local community. And they're getting ready to do a brand new one, but the most recent one was actually based on 2016 data, came out in 2019. And our 30 on-site tenants and the airport activities have a total economic output of about $374 million to the community, and that's about $93 million of on-airport impacts, the visitors' spending impacts, and the multiplier effects of that. So those continue to go up, and our employment is up significantly here in the last couple of years. Next slide, please. Since 2003, that's when I started with the airport, we've had about $145 million in capital investment, and that is mainly major projects, state and federal and passenger facility charge funded projects at the airport, range everywhere from pavement, taxiways, ramps, the new fire station we built a few years ago, to our solar panels on the terminal and terminal expansions. So in addition to the normal activity, there's always construction going on at the airport. Next slide, please. Just so you have an idea of how some of you I know are familiar with, you've come up and we've done orientations together, how the airport funds itself. Airline rents and fees are 26% of our revenues. General aviation rents and fees, about 18%. Other concessions and things that we do, a couple of percent. Parking fees is a big one, 26%. Rental car concession, 18%. And, you know, other little miscellaneous, we have an office building that we rent. We run a car wash facility and fueling facility. But it's all on airport generated revenue that pays for our day-to-day activities and helps to go into a fund to pay for our share of capital expenses. That, along with passenger facility charges, which are charged on every ticket leg out of Gainesville, and also state and federal funds, most of which on the federal side are paid for by airline ticket taxes and airline fuel taxes. The state side, airport fuel taxes, aircraft fuel taxes, and general fund dollars, transportation dollars from gasoline taxes. Next slide, please. The good news is that prior to COVID, our enplanements and our airline activity has been far outpacing local population growth. So you can see the county growth in the red bars, city growth in the blue bars, and the black line is airport airline enplanements out of Gainesville. So with adding new routes, getting more competitive fares, and making capital improvements, we've been able to outpace local growth, and so our employment per population continues to increase. Next slide, please. And things were quite rosy. You could see the red line at the beginning of 2019 was another record-setting January. February was good as well, a record month. And then COVID hit us, and we plummeted, as everybody in our industry did. The travel and hospitality industry particularly bad. To where April, we had about 5% of our 2019 traffic levels. We have been clawing our way back up, pretty much narrowing or mirroring the national trends. And then with the black diamond there, you can see where we transitioned to 2021. Everything was looking very rosy. We were looking great in the month of July, and then the Delta variant hit, and things went south for a bit. You can see the September numbers are there at the end of the red line, and we've gone up in October since then. We're doing about 76% of our 2019 numbers, and so that's pretty good for the industry right now. Hopefully it's more up than down, but we do know that it will be a rocky road ahead. We haven't seen all of the declines in the industry yet. A lot of the grant money and bailout that they received is now gone, and you'll see airlines starting to reevaluate some of their route structures on a temporary basis. You have some airport CEOs that don't see business travel coming back until 2023 at the earliest, but some 2025. Next slide, please. And you can see this is TSA national screenings, and we have been pretty much following the national average. So in 2021, you can see we're still well below 2019 numbers, but a heck of a lot better than where we came from in the last 18 months. Next slide, please. One more. I won't bore you with too many of these graphics, but the good thing about Gainesville is that we had pretty good load factors. So in the blue bars, you'll see beginning in 2016, that's the number of seats that we had available for passengers. The green bars would be how many seats we were able to fill. And this is for all of our routes aggregated. In 2020, you can see how much extra space we had between seats available and seats filled. But for the first 9 months of 2021, we've been narrowing that gap, and we're still only about 76 to 78% of our total seat capacity that we had in 2019. Next slide, please. So we haven't been, just sitting, in our chairs, sort of waiting for COVID to get better or for the economy to get back on track. We continue to meet with airlines. We definitely want to be in front of them for when they do decide that they want to start looking at expanding their routes again. Or right now they are concentrating on restoring their pre-COVID routes. But we've still been able to meet with several of them. And some of them as early as a couple of months ago, actually in October. In general, international and business markets continue to lag. Florida, on average, has done very, very well through COVID, but those are the beach locations primarily, where people who are in lockdown in the Midwest and in the Northeast and in horrible weather, they weren't able to really travel internationally. A lot of things were shut down, but they did flock to Florida and go to resort locations and beach locations. Orlando and Miami have been hit a lot harder, but the coastal airports did quite well. Orlando, of course, because of the theme parks being either shut down or reduced, admissions, and Miami because so much international travel having been shut down during the pandemic. So the airlines and the airports, we were all doing fairly well, getting back on track until the Delta variant, and even those beach locations were hit somewhat, but some of them actually did better during COVID than they did in 2019. So that's Florida's great natural resource of sunshine and beaches was very well appreciated by the rest of the country. In terms of the airlines and airports, we continue to face staffing challenges. We continue to face parts availability challenges, supply chain issues. Right now, we're doing a rehab of our 3 older boarding bridges, and we're shut down because we can't get paint. The contractor can't get paint for the actual bridges. Not shut down, but slowed down. So we're hoping that all that can get back on track soon. But a lot of airports have been doing job fairs. We've been holding our own because there's a lot of opportunities out there for workers, and it's hit us as well as everyone. Some of the airlines we've met with recently: American, Delta, Southwest, United, Silver Airways, Breeze Airways, and JetBlue. Some airlines are not interested in taking a meeting right now. Others will. And there really isn't, in terms of your legacy airlines, they're being gracious, they're meeting with us, but they're not at a point where they're looking to add new routes. As a matter of fact, United came out recently and just whacked service to 11 cities. We had a meeting with them scheduled before COVID, and we met with them at industry events, but not at their headquarters. So, but they're still talking. It's just, it may take a while before they're receptive to new service. Next slide, please. The good news is, during that slowdown period, we were able to more efficiently get our planned capital improvements completed on the terminal building. I hope some of you have had the opportunity to come up and fly out since then. I would say the comments from the public has been overwhelmingly positive. Right now, one of the great things we're able to do is, because our aircraft sizes have been increasing, we're able to put in a mezzanine level gate with more wingtip clearance, so a larger aircraft can be accommodated. It's got a nice high glass curtain wall storefront with panoramic views of the airfield, and people do seem to appreciate that as being a good image for the local community. We've got all kinds of charging options for plug-in devices and workstations, and a mix of casual and traditional furniture. One of the nice things was to try and make the terminal as stress-free as possible. We've got special acoustic panels. We got a very quiet HVAC system. We did some improvements there. And a lot of amenities to meet passenger special needs for wheelchair access, pet relief area. There's a reflection room for those that want to have some quiet time, spiritual time, a lactation room for new mothers or families, and a lot of family restrooms. And then also new hydraulic boarding bridges with glass, so a nice open, airy, bright boarding bridge when you go in and go out, and some new restaurant options coming. Next slide, please. And it's just some of the pictures before we actually occupied in the ribbon cutting ceremony, which some of you were at, and we appreciate your support during that day. That's the new the gate lounge, where we have actually 3 seating areas and 2 new boarding bridges. Next slide, please. And we went throughout the entire terminal trying to upgrade finishes, making everything match, making it look like a cohesive, fresh, and end product that is easily kept clean and always will appear bright and shiny and uplifting. Next slide, please. These are our new food options that are coming. We just did an RFP and a selection for food vendor. We've got actually 1 vendor because of our size, but 3 locations, 2 of them being redone and a new one up in the new gate area. And so that work will start here about the end of the year. And we hope that we'll have some good, healthy food options and a nice, open and inviting environment with a lot of options that we didn't have before in terms of food. Next slide, please. What's coming? Well, the capital budget, certainly with COVID, has been a little bit strained as our PFC collections went way down there for a period of time. What we have on the board is a baggage system project to get the screening equipment out of the lobby and into its separate building, and make space in some of the back of the house rooms for additional airline offices so that we have better facilities to accommodate new airlines. We are having to phase that project now just because of funding issues. but we are going to do the essentials of it, which is a new bag system conveyor and at least one additional set of airline office suites and the option for another one. And so that project is funded, and we'll be doing engineering here very shortly as soon as we finish our final negotiation on the design task order. The other project, which will probably be the last public parking facility that the state of Florida will assist in, so we want to definitely make this one go, is a new multimodal parking garage at the site of our existing employee lot. And we've got funds in place for that, but of course, construction prices right now have got us all quite nervous. Our latest estimates show that the cost is going up considerably. So we'll have a bunch of different bid options and different construction options in that, whether it be a speed ramp type or sloped floor or prefab concrete shell or cast in place. So we'll be looking at all those options, and sizing may also come into play to try and stay within budget. So we have some tough decisions to make, in the months ahead on that. Next slide, please. Some of the other things that we're involved in, you'll see a lot of activity and grant requests coming down the pike because of a lot of FAA changes, design changes, and upgrades on the airfield that folks normally would not think too much about, but it's a big part of what we have to do and the cost of it. So some reconfiguration and additions of some taxiways, some removal of pavement that is no longer within design standard, and some new run-up areas for aircraft. This is a multi-year project. It's about a $14 million job. We have funding for about half of it. It's 100% funding that was made available through the American Rescue Plan Act, and so you'll see a request from us for that one. Probably we'll submit, we'll do the bids in the spring, but we won't actually submit the grant app until April or May. So. Very short timeline this year. Normally, we would come to you in September or late August for a grant. We have to get our request in early in the spring as to when the FAA will require us to come down here. We don't know yet, but we believe it's going to be a condensed time frame. Next slide, please. And another project, I'll try and speed it along. This is a project to strengthen and rehab existing general aviation ramp. It's comprehensive. It's on the whole side of the general aviation area. It's about a $9 million project. We're going to have to do it in phases. The primary function here is to take weaker, older pavement that was never designed for aircraft that we see there, typical heavier corporate jets and small regional airliners that often go to the general aviation side. And so a lot of that pavement out there, unfortunately, was built in the 60s and the 70s, and it's just an inch of pavement sitting on clay in some areas. So we've got a lot of pavement damage that we have to keep fixing, and so we're, in our master plan, we're looking to improve the quality of some of those pavements. We also have some interest in building new hangars for those types of airplanes, and so we have to have the infrastructure in place for those folks that want to build hangars for larger, heavier aircraft. And some of it is just plain rehabilitation that has to be done from time to time. Next slide, please. Some of the just good economic news again, we'll be building University Air Center will be building a new 12,000 square foot hangar that's in design and permitting phase here. So staff will be taking a look at that, or is already involved, I know, in the project. UAC is a homegrown, full fixed-based operator. They provide a lot of services out there. Probably the most vital ones to the community is transporting organs, transporting emergency surgery crews, medical staff, the Life South blood charters, and they fuel aircraft, including EMS helicopters and folks like that. And they've grown considerably. In 2015, they had 78 employees and 13 aircraft. Today, they have 105 employees, part-time, full and part-time, and 21 aircraft, 9 of those being jets. And this would be their 4th hangar, 2 that they lease from us, 1 that they built themselves, and then a new one that they're building to hire another 10 mechanics. So, good news there. Next slide, please. Another growing company, Renia Aviation, they're in the old RD Air hangar facility. They've grown from 4 employees and 2 aircraft in 2015 to 40 employees and 11 jet aircraft that are most of them based here in Gainesville, and their jet fleet's projected to grow to 20 to 25 aircraft. So they are in the process of trying to lease a 2nd hangar on the airport and build a 3rd that we would be building and leasing back to them, which they would invest in more than we do, but it will be an airport-owned hangar and an airport project. So that was a RFI process that we went through a few months ago. So good news there. Next slide, please. And we're very close to the end. Some of you may know that we welcomed Consortia Aerospace Group into the former Silver Hangar, Eclipse Hangar. It's a very dynamic company. They do a lot of aircraft modifications, have FAA supplemental type certificates where they do the engineering. They get the FAA to approve it. Then they have the unique proprietary rights to those modifications of existing aircraft. And then they make those modifications or sell kits for parts to other maintenance suppliers. And so right now they're looking to have they have about 25 folks at Gainesville, looking to have 50 employees at about the end of the year, and expect that they will get upwards of 100 total employees before they're done. And they're making significant capital investment here in the facility. So we got them together with UF, and there should be some great synergies with the aerospace engineering folks and Consortia. That was one of the things that they liked about the location here. And last slide. And just as you know, we work together with the legacy property from the original federal surplus property on the airport. This is the airport industrial park. You can see the tenants that are there. Now there's been great interest in the remaining parcels on the industrial park. And Eric and I talk quite frequently about some of these opportunities. And we are, ecstatic that there is that interest. This was a real success story, I think, for the city when this park was started. It's almost built out now, and certainly represents a lot of tax revenue and job creation over there. And so you'll see some of these coming before you to decide on the best course of action there. But we've also been working with various folks in the community, the chamber and the county, Sean McClendon, Eric, the folks, Stacy at the chamber, and Bertrand. And, a lot of the conversations and some of the commissioners, I know G.D. Simmons was involved in it, and some of our county commissioners, to try and see how we can work to improve infrastructure, to maybe identify parcels up and around that part of the east side that could be used for future development, future industrial park. I'm sure you know that city staff did a lot of the engineering of this industrial park in terms of infrastructure. And, it was a great thing, in my opinion. And so we did have a proposal from the Urban Land Institute to come in and identify properties and bring people in that I hope you will consider down the road to see where we could best focus those efforts, and perhaps a corporate structure to help further that type of job development along, whether it be an industrial development authority or some other mechanism that would be purely focused on that type of development and job creation. So, that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Penska. We're going to start with Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Penska, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really useful to me, and I would like to see us, every year or so get updates like this. for our knowledge and for anybody else who may be connected to watching this, it's useful for us to know. For people who have thought of the Gainesville Airport as one gate, last alternative sort of thing, to understand that that's not what it is. That we really have a thriving airport, as much as airports can thrive these days. So it's really useful to me. You all are a natural partner for the city of Gainesville. We're kind of joined at the hip. You have to be a partner. So, in my opinion, we need to do a better job of understanding exactly what you do and how you do it and how we can work together. A couple of questions, just briefly. You answered some of it on the presentation. You mentioned one taxiway improvement that's funded by ARPA funds. Are there any other, how much did you get through ARPA, and what are the ways that you were able to spend that?
Through the 3 grants that we received, were about 8.9 million, I think, that we received in total from 3 separate pieces of legislation. We haven't collected all of that yet. We've been using those funds to pay for lost revenue, for a lot of it to GRU, a lot of it to GFR and GPD to reimburse for the fees that we pay you for fire and police services, and then our own labor. So it really hasn't gone into capital, but it will allow us to probably, to salvage this parking lot project through all the lost revenue that we have had and the lost passenger facility charges, So it's not only the parking that we lose and the landing fees that we lose, but it's loss of those passenger facility charges that we use for capital and rely on.
And it's useful to hear that those funds got put toward replacing revenue as well as for capital projects and things, because the fixed costs remain even though the passengers don't. So that's totally understandable. Any future prospects for any of the infrastructure funding, you think, or does that?
Well, from what I understand, the latest infrastructure bill has about $25 billion for airports, $5 billion for terminals specifically. Even our own airport district office in Orlando, they really don't know how those funds are going to be divvied up. We're hoping that there'll be supplementals to the existing AIP program that will raise the percent that the federal government takes on. For many, many years, it was federal government 90%, state and local 10%. Then it went to 95% for several years. That was great because we could leverage our dollars a whole lot better. Because we need to keep fees down for our airlines. We need to keep fees down for our passengers. And our, we're a small airport, so we don't have a tremendous amount of dollars. So then, a few years later, they went back to the 90%, but occasionally they'll have a supplemental bill where they will go up to 100%. And we were able to get 100% on our new boarding bridges and on the engineering for, the improvements that we're doing now. So that's good news. I'm not sure how it's going to shake out yet, though, in the new bill.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. And agree with Commissioner Ward. I think it would be a good thing to have you come every year just to kind of where things are as things change with the airport. It's great to see the changes on the public side with those and then the improvements that are coming. And then really, I think the significant changes on the private side, that's a lot of new businesses that have opened up and expanded a lot. I remember there used to be a lot of empty hangars, and now it sounds like we're having to build new ones all the time. On the industrial park, I agree. I think that's one of the issues we're running into as a city is kind of running out of industrial land and things like that, and what areas of the airport may be that are undeveloped right now may be good places to expand that industrial area. I'd definitely be supportive of us moving forward or having those discussions. Thank you, Mayor.
And if I can comment, one of the issues we run into, like everybody on this side of town, is wetlands and poor soil conditions. On the airport itself, we have a lot of stormwater issues, and we appreciate the city's help because the Little Hatchet Creek is one that we know it digs into the Hawthorne Formation. It's a source of phosphorus. It takes a lot of water from the city, and we're getting a lot of erosion. I don't know if some of you know, during Tropical Storm Elsa, we actually lost a roadway over there. It's blocked off. And so I've been working with Public Works and Alice Rand Keeler to jointly fund with the folks at the state a replacement of that. But more immediate is we do have some serious erosion issues on that Little Hatchet Creek. And so, we're hoping that that project can move forward to stop some of the damage that it's creating. Our hope is that someday that large piece of Little Hatchet can be piped in, and we can get FAA and FDOT dollars to pipe part of that in to get it out of the Hawthorne Formation, and then create some sort of water treatment down the road. So, but it's a fairly expensive project, but it's one that will help the airport continue to expand as well in terms of runway extension and hangar and extension. Our challenge is that we have a lot of water on the airport, a lot of poor soils, and a high water table. And so we have to, at some point, look at a stormwater master plan that takes all of these things into consideration and makes more of that land available as we continue as a community to grow.
Thank you. Commissioner Saka.
And thank you. I think, I want to say I've spent no fewer than 1,000 hours of my life in airports throughout the country and the world, and I love GNV the most. So congrats on that.
Thank you.
I think I've flown 2-3 times since the grand opening already. It is amazing. I'm the person who talks to people at the airport while we wait, so people have been really excited about different charging, the plugins. You have the table charges where you just put it. That was amazing. It blew my mind. You should have led with that. But it's looking beautiful. I'm excited to hear about continued expansion and good sustainable growth of the airport at that point. I am concerned about the airlines, but I understand that that's where we are right now. But any headway we can make on that to not even expand flights, but bring back the ones we had, because the prices have stayed the same, but the options are fewer when we try to look how to get out through GNV. I do have a couple of questions. So we have a lot of projects starting 22, and I know there'll be in multi-phases, but do we know what those phases look like yet? And do we know what the completion date of those are? Are we talking a 10-year phase-in plan, 20 years phase-in?
You did say water projects?
Oh, no, sorry. Just construction projects, a lot of them. So I'm talking like at general aviation, mostly at general aviation, and then at the taxiway improvements. And
yeah, the taxiway job would start, the first phase of it, which would be about 50% funded. That would start October 1. Probably, by the time we did the pre-design or pre-construction meeting and got all the bonds and insurance, you're probably looking at the first couple weeks in November. And we would have to be really judicious. It's going to be a very complex project for us, not our favorite one, because it does have impacts to our primary runway and our instrument landing system. So phasing that to have the least amount of interruption in service or downgrading of aircraft and loads is going to be very key, and working with the airlines to try and avoid those impacts where we can. It's a project that, the FAA is very high for us to complete as they're doing this across the country. And so, wasn't our first choice, but, it's one of those regulatory projects that they want us to get done. The apron project, the first phase of that would also start in the same time frame. That would be the main apron over at University Air Center, where we're having the most challenges with pavement thickness and drainage issues. And so that one would also start next year. And it's going to be about a $4 million+ project, and hopefully that the FAA will make that much available to us. We know we'll get close to it, but with the new infrastructure plan, we hope that the rest of that is going to be available. And because of that money being out there, probably should help us further along the subsequent phases of this work. But there's no shortage of things that we have to do. It's just prioritizing.
I grew up in an airport. There's never a shortage of things to do.
Now the baggage system that again will start next year, and then the parking garage is all going to depend on getting the right mix of budget spaces type of construction and trying to get it within our budget.
Okay, so I guess I was asking, thank you. I guess the other part of my question was, are these one-year projects? Are they 5-year projects? Even in phases, like how long are we talking about in terms of disruption or until they're finished and can contribute?
In terms of construction, if the money was all available, you're probably looking at 18 months. But because the money is not going to be all available, you're probably looking at, for the apron project and for the taxiway project, you're probably looking at 2 to 3 years. So,
okay.
It all depends on the FAA. We have other needs, like a new fire truck. Those things cost close to $1 million now. And we've got other drainage infrastructure that has to be repaired. So it's like the Golden Gate Bridge. You finish something, and by the time you get everything else done, you're going back to replace that again. So.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. The American Airlines has the Miami route, I think, back in October, and I know one of their concerns was making sure that it had enough load. The loads were high enough. Are we seeing decent loads to keep that that flight to Miami, or how's that looking so far?
The loads initially have been pretty good, but we do know early on, they told us that we would get 2, but as things slowed down seasonally for us, that it would go to 1. And 1 is tough. It's tough to make a schedule work with 1. American has been pulling back, where they were probably the more aggressive of the legacy carriers during COVID. They're sort of regrouping, and so we see a lot of changes in their route schedule to kind of consolidate, and they're trying to feel out the market. With the federal assistance gone, you've got to be really careful in what you do. And one of the big concerns for us, because of the regional aircraft that we use, you don't have the economies of scale. When you have a 60 or 70 seat airplane, the price per seat or per passenger is much higher than if you're on a 150 or 160 seat airplane. It's just natural economies of scale. And so fuel prices we're much more susceptible in our market toward what fuel prices are. Fares can go up, quite a bit because of that. So that Miami route, that ERJ 175, 67 seats, got 12 first class, the rest coach. It's big for the market. I mean, ideally for us, we should probably have a 35 to 50 seat airplane. So having a 67 seat airplane means that unless there's a lot of interest in Gainesville and going to Miami, it's tough to fill that ones. And they don't have smaller aircraft available in Miami because that's not where the crew domiciles are for those smaller jets. That's not where maintenance is for those smaller jets. So they're American, any airline, they're changing their operations, and sometimes it helps you, sometimes it hurts you. So we're cautiously optimistic. We need to get UF people flying again. We need to get a lot of these international locations that were served by Miami vibrant and being used again, being open again. We're in a tenuous time. We don't know what's going on. I'm sure the airlines are just scratching their heads trying to figure out where they should move their chess pieces. But so it's a tough time, and there will be losses, and there'll be wins, and there's going to be losses until things get straightened out. But we're trying to be very judicious in how we do things, when we do them, and what it costs us, because we are small, and we've got to really watch our pennies.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being with us, Mr. Pinska. Really do. Thanks for the update. Adam, do you have anybody on the line that wishes to talk to this item? BD1.
I'm checking, sir. Give me 1 second, make sure that nobody isn't screaming. No, sir, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, anybody in chambers? All right, stick around. We'll take up your next item post haste. But thanks for the update. Really do appreciate it. Madam Clerk?
Our next item is BD2, contract for purchase and sale of real property, Airport Industrial Park, with a recommendation that the commission direct the city manager to execute the contract for purchase and sale of real property regarding parcel 08162-005-000 and the northeastern portion of tax parcel 08161-003-000 in the Airport Industrial Park, and all related documents subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
All right, Ms. Bredfeld.
We received a proposed contract for sale of property in the Airport Industrial Park a little earlier this fall, and then the final contract at the beginning of this month from Shands Teaching Hospital, and they're interested in acquiring an 8.3 acre, more or less, piece of property in our Airport Industrial Park. I'm using this slide that Alan had in his package because it kind of represents where this parcel is. And that would be this parcel right here, about 8.3 acres. Before I get into just the specifics of the transaction in the agenda item, I did want to say that I wanted to explain how this kind of worked out because it's kind of interesting. We had a good problem to have. We had Shands Teaching Hospital come in with a contract for not only this property, but a larger portion of it. And coincidentally, at the same time, we had Florida Food Service, which is located over here, come in for a similar piece of property. The properties they wanted sort of overlapped. So they were both interested in the same property, essentially. We kind of got the two proposed buyers together, and we worked out a situation where we basically, Shands could basically operate and build their building, their processing center on this easternmost parcel. And then we anticipate, hopefully in the not too distant future, that we would get a contract on this piece, this western piece, from Florida Food Service, because they have an interest in additional land for expansion purposes. And then also you'll see that this has a little access down to the main road here. So that's really how this thing lined up. And the thing about this project is that this involves a piece of platted property, which is right down here, and then a larger piece of unplatted property. So as it's laid out in the agenda item, the buyer, Shands Teaching Hospital, on the piece we're discussing today, will have to do a lot line adjustment. And in the contract, if you got a chance to review the contract, it's linked to the agenda item. The two buyers are going to split the cost on paying for the lot line adjustment, basically. And then, of course, both of them, Shands Teaching Hospital and then Florida Food Service, they would have to go through the normal city development review process, site plan, et cetera. So today, we're talking about the easternmost piece here. So this is the piece that we're focused on for today's contract. Couple items from the agenda item that are called out here. So the purchase price is $312,500. $312,500. The way we arrived at that purchase price, there are two appraisals that are linked to your agenda item today. There was appraisal that the city staff had done through Emerson Appraisal, and then the buyer did an appraisal through Santangini. The Emerson appraisal came in at $317,000. The Santangini came in at $308,000. So we kind of just split the difference and wound up with the $312,500. That's the purchase price. I do want to remind the City Commission, in terms of just this discussion that we had with Alan, that this is where the city and the airport are kind of tied at the hip, as he mentioned, because the city has title to the land. We sell it fee simple. The proceeds of the sale actually go to the airport. That's basically the deal. The agreement that was structured to get to that deal is also in your agenda item as a link. And that was a deal that was made years ago when, at the time, I think Paula Delaney was the mayor. And it was Senator Graham that actually did a deal in the Airport Industrial Park with the airport staff at the time. So that's really how this works. We brought to you a proposal for an acquisition of property a couple of years ago for the FedEx building that's been built subsequent to that. It was the same process, basically. the proceeds of the sale went to the airport. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I think that's basically all I have for the commission. I did want to say another benefit here is that this will have 140 full-time staff. This is a sterile, UF sterile processing center. Mr. Pollitt is here and he can probably explain the operations of the facility if you'd like him to, probably better than I can actually. I'm sure better than I can. But we did ask about the employees, probably 140 employees, 67 net, 73 employees will come there from other places. I did want to answer the question that was raised by a citizen about Colliers in this transaction. If you read the contract, the buyer pays the commission for Colliers. I want to say that the staff works with Rory Cousseau. He is the person that we work with at Colliers. He helped broker this deal. He produced the contract. I feel like he's a very honorable person. So I just want to say that for the record. And with that, if there's any questions I can answer.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Pollitt is here as well if you have any questions about the operations of the facility.
Thank you, Mr. Redfeld. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to hear a little bit about the facility before asking for direction, just for the benefit of the public.
Welcome, Mr. Pollitt.
Mr. Mayor, Brad Pollitt, UFL Facilities. So our operating rooms use surgical equipment, and it has to be sterilized and cleaned and washed. Currently, those facilities are inside of our hospitals and our ambulatory surgery centers. As we're growing in capacity, adding more ORs, more ambulatory surgery centers, we're running out of capacity inside of those hospitals. You can also imagine having to maintain quality and productivity in 5 separate facilities with 5 separate managers. The best practice nationally is leading towards a more industrial-oriented facility where you collocate all those and you build separate lines. So this would be a facility that would have a side that trucks would come up, take out dirty sterile trays with their equipment, bring them in, wash them, sterilize them, repack them. Final sterilization would go back into a case cart and a truck and then be delivered to the hospital. And it would actually serve so the Cancer Hospital, Heart and Vascular Hospital, Main Chance Hospital, Florida Surgical Center, and the Oak Surgery Center, and future surgery centers that would be placed in the community. That covers it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciative, and thank you to the staff who worked on this. It is very much in line with what direction this commission has given in the past to try and find really good uses for our parcels. So with that, seeing no discussion, I'd like to go ahead and move the staff recommendation.
Second. A motion and a second to approve the recommendation. Adam, do you have anybody on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have somebody on the line at this time. Give me 1 second, please, sir. All righty. Our first speaker is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. First, I agree with Commissioner Sacco that GNV is an awesome airport. I'm happy it's here, and I'm happy UF didn't get anywhere in trying to move the airport halfway to Ocala across the prairie. It's a great asset right here, and it's good to have the leadership here to ride out the currents in the airline industry. The airport presentation shows interest in the airport industrial park land is currently very high, and plans are forthcoming to make the most of it. And for those and other reasons, the City Commission, I would ask to reject this sale to Shands, and beyond that, to end any relation to Colliers International that the previous city manager hired. This is not to cast aspersions on anyone at that company, but Colliers has gotten an unknown amount of money from the city and doesn't represent the city's interest in all these transactions. And neither do UF and other corporations that pay Colliers. As far as Shands paying the 4% commission, I really think the city commission needs to look at how much the city has paid Colliers in the 2 years since, or almost 2 years since the previous city manager hired them at $150 an hour plus commission. That oftentimes is kind of understated in these contracts is that the seller also pays a 2% commission. So that needs to be looked into. And if Shands came to this city to buy the property in the first place, then there's no reason for Collier's involvement. And cities made plenty of contracts, sale contracts in the past without a realtor being involved. And if the 8.3 acre property and the other 6.3 acres weren't advertised or offered to other potential buyers, that sets the city up to lose yet more assets for little in exchange, including potential property tax revenues. And given the value of surrounding properties, $312,500 for the 8.3 acres, and to Shands especially, isn't such a good deal for the city. Once it's gone from city control and provides little money to the airport. And Shands and UF have lots of land already off the tax roll where they could put this kind of facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller on this issue.
Thank you. Anybody in chambers wish to speak to the motion? Okay, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Y'all, I gotta leave in about 20 minutes. Do you mind if we take up the appointments to the GCRA Advisory Board first? Right. Okay, so Madam Clerk, let's take up that item next.
Okay, BD4, appointments to the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Advisory Board.
Okay, so the suggestion was made and then approved by the commission that we go to 9 members. And so we asked for this to be re-advertised, and we've gotten those applications back. And so I'd like to invite anybody who applied for the board that's with us today to come just say hello, introduce themselves, and tell us why we should pick them. Anybody in chambers? How about Adam, do you have anybody on the line? Or I'm sorry, maybe Ms. Bryant, do you have anybody?
Here, nobody, the 2 new folks did not indicate that they were, I mean, Mr. Blount is there. I
Mr.
think,
Blount is in the chambers, yes.
So he is, welcome to speak if he desires.
Okay, but you don't have anybody on the phone?
I do not.
Okay, great. Mr. Blount, you want to introduce yourself and tell us why we should pick you?
Thank you. And I know another applicant, Jason Mitchell, is here. He just stepped out to his car for a moment. Well, I'm applying for reappointment on GCRA. I think I put qualifications the first time around, but this is where I'm using my master's in urban planning. And it's been very interesting analyzing the programs and ideas of GCRA. And since I live in the urban core of Gainesville, this is of high concern for me, and I would be happy to continue serving. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here? Yeah, tell them to come on in. more sec. Okay, I'm going to assume there's nobody else to introduce themselves to us. And so we have 4 partial terms and 5 full terms. What I'm going to suggest, you all should have a ballot in front of you. If you'll mark who you like and then indicate full or partial. Actually, I think the easiest thing to do would be mark the 4 that you want partial. Well, we're going to have to see who comes out as the 9, I guess, first, and then figure out full or partial. Yes?
What about whoever gets the most votes gets the full terms?
Oh, that works for me. Is that okay with everybody? Whoever gets the most votes will be the full term, and the remaining 4 will be partial. Okay, once you're done, you can pass those down to the clerk. And I guess we don't need to put our names on because we'll check under our name anyway. And vote under somebody else's. Well, if we can take it up right now. Not yet. No. It's okay. We're not doing anything, so. Actually, I'm just going to declare recess until the votes are counted. We'll come back. That's to make it clean. Okay, come on forward, sir, and introduce yourself. Tell us why you would be a great fit for the GCRA Advisory Board.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Commission. My name is Jason Mitchell. I've been a resident of Gainesville since '98. Came here for school, UF alum. I've come to grow connected to the community, been involved in after-school programs, volunteering, and been a part of the old East Side CRA Advisory Board. Been here since the transition. Believe in the work, highly passionate about a new era, reimagining Gainesville of what it could be, potentially be, and having a voice on behalf of those who may not have position or power or influence or money of sorts. Though I don't consider myself to be behind those things, but because of my values and because of principles, I find myself here. And our last GCRA meeting, I told my fellow board members and staff, along with thanks, that regardless of whether or not I'm on the board, I will be present at GCRA meetings, even when I was present before I became part of the East Side CRA. I believe that we're just getting started with valuable work that not only there remains 8 years. I have a perspective because I've been there in transition and in the beginning. We've apparently lost a lot of some of the what I would call quote unquote old heads from our board, and we're shrinking the size of the board as well, as I understand. So having some of those around that have been there before is an incentive as to why I should be there, and also my history here in Gainesville and my passion for the work that lies ahead. And I majored in family, youth, and community sciences at UF. I had a specialization in policy and studied under Eric, actually, for my urban urban planning portion of stuff. So yes, so some of those skill sets, background I do have. So I would appreciate your consideration to allow me to remain on the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. If anybody needs to reconsider their vote after hearing from Mr. Mitchell, you're welcome to do so. I know I voted for you, so I do not need to do so. Everybody good? Madam Clerk, do you have the tallies?
Yes, I do. So we have 6 members that received unanimous support. The first 6 are Evelyn Fox, Mr. Jacob I don't know how to pronounce that, Mr. Jason Mitchell, Joachim Nordvist, forgive me please if I'm mispronouncing your names, Michael Palmer, Stephanie C. Wright. So that, I believe, that's 6, and then we
Okay.
have one person that has 4, Devonda Brown. That's the 7th member, and I don't know how you want to dispose of the last 2 members. I can pass this down to you if you prefer to see it. But
Sure. So what I want you to be thinking about, board, is, or commission, is that out of those first 6, we need to choose 5 to be the full terms. The one that we don't choose, I guess, would go with Ms. Brown as partial terms, and then we need to take 2 more so Devonda Brown got 4, so Brian Osgood got 3, Collie Blount got 3, that's it, yeah, so there's 2 more with 3. So if we say that Mr. Blount, Mr. Osgood will serve the partial terms, along with Ms. Brown, we just need to choose 1 out of those 6. So that's Fox, Aheed, Mitchell, Norquist, Palmer, and Seawright. One of those 6 to serve a partial term. I don't. They're all fine and excellent candidates. So
They're all returning, right?
all of those folks are returning. Yes. Anybody feel like putting a motion forward?
How many do we need to?
We need 1. 1 out of those 6. 1 out of these 6.
Want to do a random number generator? All right, number 5. What's the random number generator?
5 is Palmer. Okay. So just so everyone knows how we did that, Commissioner A. Santos just went to a random number generator on Google, and between 1 and 10, and right, or one between 1 and 6, and 5 came up randomly, which was Mr. Palmer in the list. So anybody want to put a motion on the floor then? I need a motion to be put on the floor. Thank you. Commissioner A. Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Do you want to read those 5 that were the full terms?
Yeah, Fox, Aheed, Mitchell, Norquist, Seawright.
And then the partial terms?
Partial would be Palmer, Brown, Blount, Osgood.
So moved.
Okay, motion and a second that we appoint the 9 previous people to serve on the GCRA Advisory Board. 5 that will serve full terms and 4 partial terms. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion here in the chamber? Adam, do you have anybody that wishes to speak to the motion?
No, sir. I've got nobody at this time.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you all for your willingness to serve. We very much appreciate your dedication. I am going to recommend to the commission, I want to be here for the CDA discussion. I have a feeling it's not going to be a short discussion. So I would prefer, I think, that it just be moved to the end of the meeting. I should be back by then, I think. If I'm not, I can let the assistant clerk know, or somebody, and it could be continued to a different meeting. Anyway, I think it's important that I be here for that. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For clarity, why don't we just bump it to why don't we continue it now, just to make sure we know what's happening, so we don't keep people online waiting for it all day.
Okay, so is there a motion?
That's a motion.
Motion to continue it to the December 2nd meeting? Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Yes.
I'll second that motion because of the action taken by the Board of County Commissioners. It's no longer time sensitive for us to push it forward.
Okay, very good. So that's administrative. So all in favor of the motion to continue that until the December 2nd meeting. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry you sat through the whole afternoon. I was really hoping to get to that so we could have a discussion about it, but thank you for your patience. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. So we will take that up at our December 2nd. And Madam Clerk, can we put that on the agenda for first, just to make sure we address it in a timely fashion? That way you won't be here all afternoon. And with that, Madam Clerk, our next item.
Our next item is BD3, GTEC repositioning update.
All right, Ms. Vidal, welcome. I will stick with you as long as I possibly can. I know I and a couple other folks up here need to walk down the street. Just so everyone knows, I'm not abandoning my post. I am on the canvassing board, and we have a noticed meeting that the clerk will have to be at, as well as the city attorney. So we will still have quorum, and I may be back by the end of the meeting. It depends on how much work we have over there. But I'll stay as long as I can, and we're glad you're with us.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Sarah Vidal, GCRA. And I am very excited to bring this information forward to you this afternoon. GTEC has had a presence in our community for over 2 decades now, and it's one of the major economic development initiatives from our 10-year consolidated plan. So I think if you'll flip to today's agenda, I'm going to cover 3 things. First, just give you a brief history, very brief. Then I will introduce Jim Greenwood, who will go through the analysis, highlights, and then I'll come back at the end for next steps. Next slide. And one more. If you'll go to GTEC notable dates. So this is a really brief history, and for those watching at home, it's pretty hard to see. I apologize for that. It's not an inclusive list, but I noted some important dates for this presentation. So in 2000 is when GTEC was built. 60% of its funding was from the Economic Development Authority. That note was fully paid in December of 2020, which released any encumbrances or any rules about the types of tenants that would incubate at GTEC. The release of mortgage was actually just approved on November 4th, 21 by you all. So thank you for that, which means that this is free and clear, and this is a city asset that has a lot of potential. So I wanted to note just a few other things on this page, other CRA accomplishments. In 2014 through 2016 is when the master plan for the site was done. You may remember that with that huge easement across the property, the site wasn't really well positioned for redevelopment, so that master plan actually put the parking underneath that utility easement and made a lot available for redevelopment. In 27 through 18, we completed the site work to roll out that master plan and create buildable development-ready lots for sale. And then also later in the year was the first purchase and sale agreement for a tenant there, Mariu Nutrasciences, and that sale went to Concept Companies, who is the landlord. And then finally, in 19 and 20, the building needs assessment was completed, and then also a design and build out of the GCRA office space. Next slide, please. So this is actually a slide from June of 2019. It showed that this is a key asset and would continue to be a really big focus for the GCRA. So back in 2019, we discussed the sale of the 802 Northwest Fifth Avenue building and the move to GTEC as a key decision point to support the future GCRA and its efforts to focus new funding on the areas that needed it the most. So moving out here was really confirmed the commitment to the 10-year plan. It also outlined next steps for the transition. Next slide. So the building needs assessment had kind of three parts. The first were existing building conditions. This is a very high level summary, but most of the building is in good condition, can be reused, renovated. It's very well suited for non-retail oriented businesses and light manufacturing. And the priority for renovations, this was done by Walker Architects, the local architect firm. The priority was the building envelope, the life safety issues, and MEPs, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, which is fairly typical for an over 20-year-old building. In 20 through 21, GCRA brought forward an agreement with Santa Fe to continue management of the programming, and we took over management of the building. We've been working with city facilities, implementing what I call low-hanging fruit improvements. So interior painting, carpet and flooring cleaning, replacement of appliances, lighting, and a lot of ceiling tiles, and then new entry furniture in the lobby area. But there's a lot more work to do. The GCRA office space was planned for the second floor and has been built out. And the intention there was to be able to replicate anything that was done with that office space throughout the entire building. Next slide. So real quick, I'm going to introduce Jim Greenwood from Greenwood Consulting Group. He will be joining us remotely. So I'm going to turn this portion of the analysis over to him, but a brief introduction. He's been involved in the incubator industry since 1984. He's co-developed and managed for 11 years the Los Alamos Small Business Center, which was the first incubator in New Mexico and one of the first in the Southwest U.S. He's consulted with more than 100 communities and developed a proprietary incubator feasibility assessment model, which was part of a project for The Ohio State University. And then quite interesting, I thought, is for several years he trained Russian incubator developers and managers in Moscow and Kazan, Russia. And finally, he holds a master's degree from Harvard University, and he's a certified economic development professional, which is very important for this analysis at GTEC. And with that, I will turn it over to Jim. I see him online. And then I'll be back to finish it up.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission for the opportunity to address you. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. COVID has continued to be the issue, but it is good to be able to see some of you that I spoke with on the phone. Did almost 40 interviews as part of this project, and I had a chance to talk with a number of you as part of that. Just wanted to hit a few highlights, and I'd be happy to take questions. There's quite a bit of material in the report, a lot of recommendations and so on I'd be happy to speak to. But I just want to hit a few highlights. One is, I heard early on in this project the perception that there's no activity at GTEC, there are no tenants there, and there's certainly not any graduates. Nobody ever comes out of that place. Well, it turns out all three of those perceptions are incorrect. Looking at the semi-annual reports for over a 5.5-year period ending this past June, on average during each of those reports, there were 23 incubating companies in GTEC. So that's a pretty sizable number of tenants in any incubator. It did fluctuate dramatically from looks like a high of about 19 to as many as 30, but again, on average 23. So that certainly says there are tenants and they are incubating. Now you say, well, they only incubate if they graduate. Well, the average graduation during each of those semi-annual periods was about 3 companies. So on average then you're seeing about 6 companies per year graduate. And that takes it down to what, every 60 days, every couple of months, someone is graduating. And that's a pretty good turnover in incubators. Another way to look at it is if you've got 23 on average incubating companies and every year 6 of them are turning over, you'd have a complete turnover of tenants every 4 years. And that's a very acceptable rate. You'll hear people talk about 3-year tenure in an incubator. Not many people use that measure anymore, but if we were talking 3 to 4 years, certainly GTEC is within that line. There are also about 3 non-incubating companies within GTEC on average, and again, that number has fluctuated. Currently about 2, there was as many as 5 at one time, and that's not unusual. We call them anchor tenants, much as you would have in a shopping center. They tend to be more mature businesses requiring fewer services, but also being a very important resource in that they can provide a steady rental income to the incubator. They also can serve as mentors to the newer businesses that are starting there, and sometimes even create supplier relationships with those companies. So having some non-incubating companies in an incubator is just fine. I thought you'd also be impressed with the number of employees on average is about 81 employees. So within the tenant base of GTEC, on average of about 81 employees. And again, that has fluctuated anywhere from the 40s to as many as 120 at some time. And each 6-month period, you saw a creation of about 16 new jobs. Now, again, if you think about companies starting up and getting going and growing, creating 16 jobs in East Gainesville every 6 months, I think that's very impressive. That's very, very doable. Now, somebody asked me, it was interesting the other night at the GCRA advisory board. They said, well, if you had to give an academic score, and I realize we're in Gainesville, so we got to have an academic score. If you gave an academic score to GTEC, what would it be? And I thought about it, and I ultimately came away giving it a B+. So if that helps at all, my goal would be to say it's overall about a B+. Now, what that says is it's doing pretty darn well, but it's certainly not an A+ student. It certainly has things that need to be addressed. There are things that it can be doing that it's not doing, but overall, it's doing a pretty darn good job. A little bit more on that line of thinking. I do work with a lot of communities around the country trying to develop incubators from scratch. And I've spent about 2 years with a particular community in Michigan, which is very much focused on wanting to have a incubator to serve lower income and minority entrepreneurs. And for 2 years, they have pondered and tried to do things and tried to find money and tried to figure out the building and try to feel sure that there is a market. They would be jealous of Gainesville having GTEC, where you've already got a building, and as Sarah has pointed out, it's paid for. You've already got a solid tenant base, averaging 23 incubating companies and another 3 non-incubating companies. You are creating an average of about 32 jobs a year out of those incubators. Again, I think you have a very impressive incubator in GTEC that maybe you don't realize. And part of that, I'm very familiar with the Hub and with the Sid Martin Center and work with the people over there. This is a very different incubator. The Hub and Sid Martin are kind of what are the sexy side of business incubators, if you will. It's what people like to see. They like technology. They like lots of laboratory space, lots of young entrepreneurs running around, creating all sorts of crazy things. People love that. That's not GTEC. GTEC is grassroots, get your fingers dirty, roll up your sleeves, and get into a business and try to make a go of it and try to make a career of it, try to make a good living for yourself, and try to create jobs for your community. It's just a very different program. But for what it is and what it's trying to do, again, overall, I think it's doing a very good job. One thing that we did also hear criticism of is that GTEC has been used for social events. Sometimes it's meetings of non-tenant groups. I understand there have been wedding receptions there. I understand there have been baby showers there. And you may be wondering, why the heck would you have those sorts of activities in an incubator? Well, I can tell you that's not typical in an incubator, but I can also tell you that as I talk to people in East Gainesville, almost everybody in East Gainesville knows GTEC. When you mention GTEC, they know it. But a lot of those people know GTEC by what it does for the community, and what they see a lot of times is that acting as a place for important community functions, important activities for East Gainesville. So again, it's not the typical thing that you would see happening in an incubator, but I think it's very important that GTEC realize the role that it plays for members of the community that maybe don't get involved in the entrepreneurial side, but would be very interested in what GTEC does in terms of providing support for the social network, if you will, of East Gainesville. And to be creative, we have talked about, gee, is there a way to maybe encourage an entrepreneur to set up an event business around those folks that want to make use of GTEC for non-business type activities? And again, we're talking about the conference room and meeting rooms, not the general building, but that portion of the. So it might be a possible a way to have your cake and eat it too, where you have an incubator, you've got some social activity, but you've also got the ability to help encourage an entrepreneur, preferably from East Gainesville, of course, who can make use of the social functions of the GTEC and create a business around that. I think that's probably what I would like to add at this point, Sarah. Again, I'd be happy to take questions as we move along. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. If you'll go to the summary slide. I'll just go ahead and get started. So one of my favorite quotes that I pulled from Jim's report states that the city, GCRA, and East Gainesville community should celebrate the value GTEC has brought to East Gainesville over its first 22 years and should now commit to a new era of being an even stronger resource in community and economic development. And I thought that was just a really good summary of everything that you read in the report. The 4 highlights I wanted to talk about moving forward, a 3 market focus. So this is one of the points that Jim made in his analysis that really resonated because it really sounds like something that came straight out of our 10-year plan. But focusing on East Gainesville entrepreneurs, minority-owned businesses, and businesses providing goods and services to the area. So that focus definitely resonates with what we've heard from the community as well in our planning efforts. The second thing is to provide comprehensive programs and services. So there is an opportunity to have enhanced coaching and training to existing and new tenants. We agree with that. Providing continuity, as Jim said, to the community with better facilities for events and a more organized way of doing that. And then 4th, finding that balance between market rate rental fees, but maybe scholarships for low-income entrepreneurs, so we don't want to exclude people. But a big part of, I think, the future success of GTEC is learning how to incentivize these small, local, diverse businesses. So for next steps, which is the next slide, I kind of imagine it as a 3-legged stool. We've used that before. First being the program. So this has always been a partnership. I think it should continue to be, but in the early days, it was bounced around a lot, which created some inconsistency in leadership. So in closing, I think there needs to be a more long-term commitment to programming and providing consistency in leadership with the program, and then also creating a new operating and financial model that reflects the new market focus. Secondly, with the facility, we will certainly continue to partner with our colleagues at facilities who've been great on the low-hanging fruit projects. And then if approved, we'll return with a phased plan for identified renovations and upgrades. And then in regards to community and economic development, I think this is a real opportunity for us with the East Gainesville Incentivized Development Plan and our economic development programs to develop scholarships, microloans, and potentially other programs to help support the efforts at GTEC. And then continuing to support and host community events, which I already mentioned. So in closing, on my last slide, this went to our advisory board, as Jim mentioned, on Tuesday night, and we got very, very positive feedback. One interesting thing I'll share is that one of our board members, who you did reelect, started his business there, and he shared his personal story of how not only the other tenants at GTEC, but GTEC management really helped him take his business forward. And so he's no longer housed there, but it was a launch pad, if you will, for his career. So today was just a focus on the analysis, to give that to you, present it to you. It's been a long time coming. If the commission agrees with the direction in which we're moving and proposing to move, the next steps is that we would return probably after the holidays with a phased plan for implementation, address programming, the facility, and the economic development and community development programs. And that is all. If you have any questions, I'm available, and I wanted to thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, and I also want to thank Mr. Greenwood for joining us virtually. We appreciate all of your hard work, and so we have a few lights from commissioners, so be ready, and then we will open it up for public comment. So first on the dais, Commissioner Reynosaco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Pro Tem. Ms. Vidal, could I ask a question? Sorry. I'm excited about the report. You know, I'm good with B pluses. B pluses are fine by me. I couldn't get them as a kid, but I think they're perfectly fine. So I'm excited to know that the building is being used, that it is living up to its potential. It could go further, but we are making good use of it. I'm excited to hear that. I do have one question. A further question. And I also think that figuring out those programs and funding scholarships for smaller and minority businesses to help them with the rental space and just start up the process, I'm fully in support of that. I think that is often the hard part where I don't know, and maybe I need someone else to help me, but I can't pay them. So I can't rent the space. I don't know how to do it. I think especially those micro loan scholarship is an excellent idea to really help our minority and women entrepreneurs. A question related to that. At least with the building improvements and changes, how are we funding that?
Great question, Sarah Vidal. So we kind of have three buckets in our budget currently, and I have the totals here today. So there's kind of a bucket, if you will, for Cornerstone Campus, which is $230,000. One thing that we would need to do moving forward, and as the site develops, is create better signage. One thing Jim mentioned, but we didn't really talk about here, was potential renaming of GTEC, because a lot of people don't really know what it means. But then at the same time, everyone knows GTEC, you know, so that's kind of an interesting conundrum to be in. But we need to put better signage out there because we got a lot of feedback that it looks like it's a Santa Fe College building just because they're the, you know, the directors out there. So that's one bucket. GTEC management, we have $465,000 available now, and then we budgeted an additional $350,000.
Can you repeat the numbers? Sorry.
$463,000.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. And then an additional $350,000 was budgeted for fiscal year 23. And then economic development finance, we have 1.157 available, that's million, and then additional 350 for fiscal year 23. So the programs that you mentioned, Commissioner Sacco, would be from the ED finance funds.
Okay, that last one. Okay, that works for me. That wasn't really clear. So I don't want folks to get the misconception that we use the actual CRA funds for any of this. I don't want folks to think, I think it's clear to explain to folks where the money comes for GTEC. because maybe they don't know that part either. And I certainly don't know all about it. So will that be sufficient funding to make all of those improvements?
So as part of our next steps, we would actually come back with that information and drill down. We would need to, for the building, speak with an architect and, get that worked out. And then potentially with the programming as well, come back with, what those enhanced services look like, right? And then I think that's all I wanted to say about that, but yes, we'll come back.
That works, thank you. Do we have a guesstimated timeline of when we'll get those phases or options back?
Yes, so I would love to come back in January, but of course it's at the discretion of the city manager. And the main goal for today was just to get your feedback, make sure that we're on the right path, and just hear from you about what you'd like to see.
Thank you. And one last thing, I can't get over the fact that somebody had their baby shower in this building, but if, as you make it friendlier for the public, if there is a way to just rent space to the community, I am 100% behind that. We don't have a lot of event space options, and you don't always want to be in a park because it's Florida and it's either hot or wet. So I'm very much in support of anything that opens the building to the public. The public is paying for it. They should be able to use it at all levels of engagement. So, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Adrian Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, thank you for all the work. I think that's a long-standing issue with multiple, a lot of stuff the city does, just that perception that's not there of reality, and not doing the greatest job of storytelling and telling the successes that come out of the projects that we do. Because it's been 20 years or 30 years, it's been 20 years of businesses that have been coming out of there. I spent many of my years of my life in incubators in Gainesville, and I think they're incredibly important to helping start new companies. And I think we need to promote them throughout the city. I'm open to the renaming. I think there is that kind of catch it is known, but it also doesn't reflect what's there, and people not knowing who owns it, and all those kind of things that I think come with that. So I think that is something to explore. I just want to confirm one thing on those budgetary numbers that you mentioned. Those are CRA budget. Yeah, so I think those are from CRA. They're not from those are under the CRA category, correct?
If I could clarify, they're the new GCRA funds.
Yeah, but they're in there.
Not the old tax increment.
So yeah, I'm supportive of us moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Harvey Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate the presentation, and I'm glad that you were able to talk with a large number of people about this and bring some great perspective. I didn't know we had an average of 23 clients a year at GTech. And I've been in GTech a fair bit over the years. It is the sort of successful program that we need to be telling the story about. And we ought to be maintaining a list for the community to know what has come out of GTech over the years, because people don't know. I'm thrilled that people who live near GTech see it as a resource. That's a huge plus. I'm glad that we have good traditional incubator throughput, but I'm also glad that the people like using the building, because there is an absolute dearth all over Gainesville of affordable and accessible space to have baby showers and weddings and all sorts of events, particularly though in East Gainesville. And that's an issue that we need to address going forward. What I would really like to see is more of a connection at that building to the city of Gainesville. I absolutely want people to not just think of GTech and Santa Fe, but know that that's the city that they're operating with. There's so many programs that we have as a city that people don't realize are city programs, things that they use all the time, facilities they use all the time, but they will tell you the city doesn't do anything. So we really need to carry that storytelling forward in a big way about the building, about the successes of the small businesses that have come through it, and you know, make it something people really feel competitive and strong about. Hey, we got into GTech. You know, that should be a thing that people in our community feel great about if they can get their startup into GTech. So there's an opportunity for really great community involvement here. I'm glad that we are where we are with it. There's so much more we can do. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, you want me to put a motion forward, or you want to speak first? I don't care. But I'd move staff recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion and a second to accept the recommendation of staff for the city manager to execute. I'd like to open this up for the public if anybody has any comments. And whoever's running our phones, if you could just stand by, we'll be hearing from the chamber first, and then I'll move to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
First of all, I want to say, thank you guys for hearing this item. My business is in GTech, and it's doing very well. I just want to kind of give you a glimpse of the story. During the pandemic, it was so much going on. We lost a ton of contracts because people just, you know, movie theaters are shutting down, Waffle Houses are shutting down. And I sat down and I said, you know what, I got to meet with Bill Dorman. And I said, Bill, what can we do to stay afloat, to make sure that this company is successful? We're not going to be in the hole. And Bill Dorman sat down with me and he said, okay, this is what we're going to cut back on. This is what we're going to cut back on. We got the PPP funds, the employees that wasn't able to work because, you know, things got shut off. They actually got to sit home and get paid. So we were able to be a blessing because of GTech. There's a lot of things that they're trying to do. We're on board with them. I urge this commission to be on board with this. This facility serves a lot of people. It serves a lot of, I mean, it's just a great asset, and it's time for some upgrades. And I think that the GCRA is doing a wonderful job to make sure, in meeting with us, let me put that in there. They meet with us, and we have monthly meetings or quarterly meetings, and they talk to us, ask us what our concerns are, and they really have been responding very, very well. It has went under a lot of different leadership, but since they've been in the House, we definitely see a change in GTech. So I'm just asking the commission to move forward with this project, and wherever we got to get the money, let's do it, because trust me, it's gotten to the point where we're having funeral receptions there because people don't have places to have funeral receptions. And they need places, you know, and you just see a lot, but it means a lot to the east side and to the community. So again, thank you guys for what you do. Thank you for listening. And maybe you should come over and visit sometime because they're doing a wonderful job. They just got the floors waxed. And Lord, that's been a while. So we were all happy to see some nice floors. And so we really appreciate the GCRA and your team for what you do on the east side and the levels and how you're communicating with the community to make these positive changes. And you're talking to us through each step, telling us what you want to do, asking us how we want to be involved. And that's something that we got to bring back in government, and they're definitely doing that. So again, thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for coming and sharing your story. We very much appreciate hearing it. Phone lines, if we've got someone on the line, we'd like to hear them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. At the moment, I have 3 people on the line. The first of which is Eldred Lewis. Mr. Lewis, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Lewis,
good afternoon.
Please, can you shut down the volume on your TV or on your computer?
Yeah.
Mr. Lewis, you're still there.
Okay, is that better?
Now
okay, I apologize about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is...
Mr. Lewis, you still out there? Ms. Lewis, we're not hearing you real clearly. I'm going to put you back on hold for a quick second. Please speak to Natalie, and we'll get right back to you. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Hang in there. All right, next speaker, Shonda Mays. Shonda, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Shonda Mays. I currently have a small tax office and a notary service in GTech. I've been a part of the incubator program, and I just wanted to express how positive it's been since GCR has moved to GTEC. The experience has been great. You know, they communicate, like Dijon said, we have meetings with them, and it's just been wonderful to have them there. Also, I was one of the ones that was interviewed by the consultant to express my concerns about taking the incubator program from GTEC. I am from the northeast side of town. I'm 46. I've been on that side of town for all of my life. There has never been a facility on that side of town that offers what GTEC offers. There are several different businesses in there. I mean, it's walk-in. People can have receptions there. We have meeting space there. So the idea that I see for GTEC is to maybe become like a community resource center where there are different businesses housed. It's in a walking distance from several neighborhoods. I have a small tax company. My clients can walk there. They can catch the bus there. I'm also the founder and executive director of a nonprofit organization called SOAR Mentoring Services. So in the future, I would actually like to house SOAR Mentoring Services in GTEC because, again, it's accessible to the children. All the crime and the criminal stuff, the shootings are happening from most of all children on the east side of Gainesville. If we can bring resources into GTEC to service these children, I think the crime rate involving the youth will also go down as well. So I would like to see some of the funding channeled to the youth that we can service them out of GTEC. The outside of the facility, I think, needs to be revamped because when my tax clients come during tax season, they feel that they're lost because it looks like a school. It looks like an education center. It doesn't look like anything that actually house different businesses. So maybe the look of GTEC can change and make it more presentable as an incubator program.
Thank you,
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Mays. All righty, let's go back to Eldred Lewis. Mr. Lewis, I hope you're back with us, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you all hear me?
That's much better.
Can you all hear me?
Okay,
great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eldred Lewis, and I'm the owner of Greenhouse Financial. We've been at GTEC for several years. We've been very pleased with the partnership, that we have there. GTEC is a focal point coming in and out of Gainesville, whether you're coming from Hawthorne or some of those surrounding cities. And a lot of people pass by the building and don't know what it is until they come in to do business with us. We feel as though GTEC has, put a lot of skin in the game with the community by, doing some of the, social events, and allowing people to come in and, rent the spaces, which is pretty strong. We believe that, that old phrase, if you build it, they will come. Well, the building is there. People show up and we just have faith in the things that we're doing at GTEC. We are providing services in the community from Greenhouse Financial. We do life insurance. Right now it's open enrollment for health insurance. We have our clients come in. The first thing says, I didn't know what was in here. And they just love the place. And we appreciate that. As far as partnering with the community, we do other things like right now we're getting ready to partner a toy drive that we do every year. We've been doing those for 20 years. We give over 150 bicycles away each year. We partner with the Letcher County Sheriff Department, the Fire Department. We do face painting. We have, balloons, balloon giveaways or twists. And we'll be doing that December 18th. So if you guys want to kind of see some of the things that's been happening, that would be great. Our motto at Greenhouse Financial is you don't pay for what you know, you pay for what you don't know. So again, as some of you have said, you really don't know, what's going in there. And as Fortitude Security was saying earlier, hey, come on by, just come by and check us out and, come in and let's do a meet and greet. One thing, we could definitely use some new clothes and shoes, so to speak. So some of the things that are there, what we have, we work with. We make it happen. We brought our own stuff in there. When the GCRA started painting, we started painting too. So we started remodeling to make it look good because, hey, teamwork makes the dream work. Now, one of the commissioners was saying that we want to have a connection, have a partnership connection with the city of Gainesville. We love that. We've been trying to do and have a partnership with the city for quite some time. It's just sometimes, we're meeting some blocks and maybe this might be a good opportunity, for us to, partner together, and make that connection. So other than that, we're just looking forward to what the CRA has been doing for us. And also just salute Bill Dorman. He is boardroom to the block. What I mean by that is that he's strong in the business setting. He also has taught, a lot of the tenants in the building about branding and, being strong in the community and having a presence. But at the same time, he's got a great heart, just to come in. Sometimes it's just to talk and have a conversation. So, well, anyway, many blessings to y'all. That's all we got.
Thank you. All right, got two more callers on the line at the moment.
Okay,
The next one.
Adam, if we could, we've got someone in chambers that wants to speak. We'll go back to you in a moment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jason Mitchell, GCRA Advisory Board. Just wanted to thank Jim again for his work and the awesome presentation that he gave us. And really, I think helping us kind of wake up to what we have in the east side of town and the potential that it has there. A lot of times we're talking about infrastructure and things that we already have in place to be able to leverage even more development. And I think that when we talk about our old model for the CRA in terms of tax revenue, we see potential here to develop even more tax revenue with businesses there and jobs and increasing income per capita and all those good things that we want to see happen. It's interesting that Pleasant Street, that little strip, outperforms all of East Side in terms of what it was generating when it came to the CRA in the past. And so I would ask that, like Jim said in our meeting, it said, like, we really need to take pride and support what's over there, not just institutionally. I really appreciate what Harvey said about the city of Gainesville wanting to create that connection and show that it's actually doing something, but also on a personal level for what's going on. I think presence speaks a lot to the people in the city as a whole. When you show up to things and they see your face, it's more than just an institutional presentation to say that we did something as an org. And so I just want to say finally that there was one thing that Jim had spoken to in our meeting that hasn't been said. It's like we need a good, solid financial plan to back GTech. We see elements of rental income, even things that Modil, and when I sat down with her, talked about incremental memberships in terms of services and things that GTech will have to offer. But I think that we need to be very conscientious and very vigilant about making sure that the sustainability of GTech is protected, because it has great potential for even being profitable, in my personal feeling. And so I'd just like to say thank you, city commissioners, for the past support for GTech, and looking forward to even greater support.
Thank you. We appreciate you sharing. Adam, we'll go back to the phone lines now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Yep. Patricia Lee, you're the next caller. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here once again, and GTech is serving a good purpose in the community. However, from its history, that was not what it was intended to be. It was intended to be what Innovate is, and when that didn't work, that is when it had to start to look for other means to utilize that facility like it is, and it will do well doing what it's doing now and improving on that. And I find it amazing that we needed to get a highly caliber consultant to share these kinds of things with us that I don't understand why we don't already know that ourselves here in the communities. But be that as it may, even with what GTech is doing, it is not enough, and it is not doing enough to change the economic development and the economic parity issues that have been long range in East Gainesville. And I've already presented a project to you guys, and I continue to work on those projects. And thank goodness our state representatives are on board with me with that. And I hope we can get the city on board with that. But we need much more on a long-range basis and not continue to throw short-range solutions at long-range issues. So here again, I'm asking the city to try to get behind this project because it'll do a lot more than GTEC is doing and can do because of the nature of GTEC and the design of the building. But I am happy to see that now it is housing minority businesses and will put forth more programming and open itself up to the community a lot more. However, just having a place to have meetings and house a business is not enough. We need more. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Last caller, at least as it stands right now, Mr. Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Grundy Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Mr. Ariola. I will just tell you, first of all, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Greenwood, Sarah Vidal. They've done all of them working together in conjunction with each other, doing a phenomenal job. I'm not sure what the last caller was talking about short range solutions, or this has been something that we have all put our heads together. We definitely need to have a program that is being reimagined, re-innovative. The job of an incubator is just that, to have companies that grow there, not to maintain, but grow them there so that they can send them out. So when we're having something like GTEC that is being reimagined, re-innovative, it is something that has been a crown jewel for many, many years. Something that when the city finally started to say, let's take a look at this and really start putting some teeth into it, it was, credit to Ms. Vidal, credit to Ms. Bowie, to have somebody like a Jim Greenwood. That's who you need to thank. The people that were on the ground, people that put in the work. The tenants know that. The people that are involved know that. The people that are there all the time, they know that. Why? Because we put in the work. And so it is a credit to the people that work there every day, that come there, and that are having businesses. So people that are there now, that is an incubator. It is meant to be an incubator so that we can get you thriving, get you moving. So if you don't know things that are like, people that have all these ideas but don't know what business plans are, these are the opportunities where an incubator can help you actually learn how to do business plans, help you learn what, Dun & Bradstreet reports are so that you can learn and earn business credit. These things are important. So kudos to everyone involved. Mr. Greenwood, shout out to you again. Thank you for all that you're doing. For the GCRA staff, highly shout out to all of you. And again, I really appreciate all the work that is done. This is a crown jewel. So keep doing the great things that we need to keep doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy Gomez. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Adam. Is there anybody else in the chamber who'd like to make a comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, I just want to again reiterate my thanks to staff. The future of GTEC is bright. As you can hear from the stories, a lot of people have a special place for it in their heart, and direction from the commission, the work of the staff, and of course the people who are using the facility themselves, whether it be for business or for baby showers. We welcome you to create the future story. So with that, we will go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. Madam Clerk, if you would please read the next item into the record.
The next item is BD 5210601, Commissioner Adrian Hayes Santos, parking in Midtown, with the recommendation that the City Commission direct staff to strike the language from the Standards PD, Ordinance 120615, Condition 6, and bring back to the City Commission for first reading.
All right, Commissioner Hayes Santos, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Looking at our neighborhood survey, one of the most top things there was parking, and then one of the biggest issues in the Midtown area is parking. The standard garage has many spaces that are empty and not being used, and that's because of one of the conditions we have in the PD, where we do not allow them to for the public to use, it has to be on-site uses. I've spoken with both Department of Sustainable Development and Mobility, and they didn't have any concerns with this. I mean, I think one of the big things, there's a parking garage that's already there. Let's use it for what, let it to be used. This could also help in terms of other parking in the area where other developments in the area could use this parking garage, or even people who have visitors coming. It is difficult to park in that area. So, see one there. So, yeah, I'd like for us to move forward on this, but thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, I'm in complete support of this. I've had many friends live in the neighborhood, away from the corner in the back. Street parking is limited. Our zones are limited and I believe oversold in some cases. Having somewhere that you could park and then walk a few miles, I think that's great. I think we had comment earlier that as much as we push for pedestrian, that people choose car-free lifestyles, I can do that as I go to school. I can do that as I go to work at the university. I can do that as I get groceries across the street. If I'm going home, if I'm going to the airport, if I am going to visit my grandmother who lives somewhere, people still, for better or worse, need vehicles. So they do have them. They need to keep them somewhere. I think opening it up to the general public is the best we can do since the space is already there and empty. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Back to the District 4 Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I have spoken with the owner of the property, and they're in support of this change as well. So I'd like to move the recommendation.
Okay, motion in 2 seconds. So we will, it was second by Commissioner Sacco. Does anybody have any comments from the public? Adam, do we have anybody waiting on the line for this?
At this time, there is nobody on the line, sir.
Okay, well, I would like to thank you for bringing this forward. It is, I hope, not a controversial opinion that parking garages should be used for parking. With that, we will go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying like sign aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next item was removed from the agenda, so we will go ahead and move to BD7. Madam Clerk, you could read it into the record.
Next item is BD 7210656, Commissioner Harvey Ward, Gainesville Housing Authority, potential partnership.
Take it away, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So if you all will remember, most of you at least, back to 2018, Ms. Pam Davis and the Gainesville Housing Authority Board came to us. So we had a special meeting down in room 16, and one of the recommendations at that time was that the City Commission name the Gainesville Housing Authority as a primary housing partner. We had a few reservations at the time. We wanted an audit to come back clean and all those sorts of things to happen, and to take a little time to think about it. Well, we've taken years to think about it, and it kind of just got put aside, I think. I was reminded a month or so ago, a month and a half ago, when Commissioner Ariola and I were at the opening of a new home that the Gainesville Housing Authority had built on some property a lot that was donated by the City of Gainesville to the Housing Authority. How robust a program the Housing Authority has, and what a tremendous job they're doing of aggressively getting affordable housing built and renovated and getting people housed. And so that day I talked with Chair Tharp of their board and with Ms. Davis and former Gainesville City Commissioner Craig Carter, who was on their board that day. Said, we got to meet. Okay, we need to do whatever it takes to move this forward so that there's an opportunity for the Housing Authority to do what it does and for some of that load to come off of the City of Gainesville so that we can get people housed. So we set up a meeting, and Ms. Davis and Mr. Kiner, who are here today, for those of you who are watching, blew me away with the presentation they gave me and with the information that they shared with me. And from that, following that day, I came back and put a motion together. I put the presentation they gave me in the backup, so it's available publicly here, as is an interesting historical item. The original resolution from the Gainesville City Commission dated 1966, which one of the few things that comes before us that predates me. It's a neat piece of the history of the city. So peruse that at your leisure. I am here to tell you that they are doing a remarkable and aggressive job of getting housing built that people can afford and live in and thrive in. With that preface, I'm going to put a motion on the table, and if Ms. Davis and Mr. Conner want to speak to it, that would be great. I'm certainly open to questions about this, but I want to put something out there so that we can get some things moving. In recognition of the Gainesville Housing Authority's aggressive plan to create 500 additional affordable housing opportunities in our city and the need for those opportunities, I move that we direct the city manager to detail a plan for the city of Gainesville to work with the GHA toward the following ends. Name the GHA as the city's primary housing partner, provide dedicated grant support, provide connection fee assistance, disperse city-owned surplus property for affordable housing construction, partner for homeownership readiness classes, and other programs as recommended by the city manager. The plan should be a multi-year, fixed-date agreement with options for renewability and should return to the commission by our second meeting in January.
We have a motion?
Yep.
I'll happily second if we can see it.
The clerk's office has that. It's not in the backup, but I sent it to the clerk earlier today, or yesterday, rather. Okay.
We'll take the second for discussion, and then we'll have it in front so that everybody can. Okay. So thank you very much, Commissioner, for that. We will, of course, move to discussion, and our partners here at GHA, I see them here, so if they'd like to get up and speak, they'd be more than welcome to be invited. We will move to the next member of the dais, Commissioner Adrian Hay Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And I love to see all the housing that's getting built. I love these the ADUs that you're considering building too. I think that's some great projects of really getting some affordable housing. One of the ones I see here is the in Oak Park's on 8th Avenue, right? Is that the 6-story unit? And looking at that, I guess one of the things that I would ask for that one, you have an empty or a parking lot that's right there, and there could be opportunity to build another building and having that housing that's in a core position. I know there some changes to land use or different things. There are some restrictions right there, but I think those could be worked out, and I think having more affordable housing right there in the core is big. There's that space there, so I hope that's something to consider. As for what exactly by meaning like primary, I just don't want to lock out other entities and I guess I want to get a better idea of what exactly this means and how is it different than other people. I mean, saying we're only going to give the Housing Authority the surplus properties, or I have concerns with us locking us into those things when other partners may come about, and that's just one of my concerns of us. What is the benefit of us locking ourselves in? First, we could have these programs that are available to whoever may be wanting to do it and not lock us in. Thank you, Mayor.
If the Commissioner would give way to respond to the comments, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Sure. What I would hope for is to essentially give a right of first refusal to the Housing Authority. But what I'm specifically asking for is for a program to come back to us with some parameters and some choices for us to make. I don't expect us on a few days' notice here to iron out every detail. But what I want to do is give direction to the city manager to work with Ms. Davis and her staff to bring us a program back that we might work with. But these are the general things that I would like to see in that, and we've got it up on the board here, so.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah. So I have concerns of doing a right of first refusal for all of our properties and how much that may lock us in. Entities may come forward and may not want to come forward because they may be kind of taken out from them. So I don't see, for me personally, I don't see the reason for us to lock us in. I think we can continue to work with the Gainesville Housing Authority as our one of the main providers, but that's just one of my big concerns. I think we should create more programs, things like that, but having them available to whoever is going to be able to build us the most housing possible. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So I agreed with all that a couple of years ago, but I don't see it happening. And without something in place to move it forward, you know, if NHDC, I'm a huge fan of NHDC's work and Habitat and many other, even private developers. We actually voted to get a plan to get disbursements moving forward more than a year ago. I'm trying to get something done. So if we don't want to do that, let's put together a different plan. Let's move it forward. And I know there are kind of sort of plans, but I think it's incumbent on us to get this moving. And there's nobody doing it more aggressively than the Gainesville Housing Authority. I mean, there just isn't. There are a lot of people working at the edges and a lot of people doing really great work within their capacity. But the organization that has the capacity and that has a historical relationship with the City Commission is the Housing Authority. But again, what I'm interested in is a plan that works. And it doesn't need to be something, I don't want a detailed plan tonight. I want us to charge the manager with getting a plan to us by the end of January. That's what I'm looking for.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, if I might.
Please.
Thank you. This is my first meeting, and I have not had an opportunity to meet with the Housing Authority yet. Hello, nice to meet you. But I will say that just in the few days, and actually I think I've been in residence for about a month prior to coming on board today, so I have had an opportunity to meet with staff and talk about some issues at a high level. But housing is a priority for the city. We could use some supplemental enhancement in terms of expertise in-house. I do believe that the Housing Authority is in a position to supplement and offer us that kind of support just based on what I know. I've worked with the Orlando Housing Authority. I have been advised of the Gainesville Housing Authority through my contact in Orlando, so I know a little bit about it. But I am not opposed at all to some collaboration and exploring what kinds of opportunities we may have in utilizing the expertise that they have. I have not had any detailed conversations with in-house staff. I'm sure they would like to have something to say about it, and I want to be able to listen to that. But I do agree that we could utilize that collaboration and hopefully some supplemental enhancement to our in-house expertise.
Thank you. I'd like to move to Commissioner Sacco now.
Thank you. I think, so I have issues with 1 point and 1 word. And I understand that this is a light conversation, but we're going to give it to the manager to then figure out from our discussion what it looks like. Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay, good. I remember that. And Mr. Nee might have to chime in here. Because we are a governmental body, when we disperse of property or of just anything, funds, property, things of value, do we have to open it to bid, or can we just pick, like, I'm just going to give it to them? I don't even have to put this up for debate or open it to the public. Are we bound by any statute too?
I'm going to always defer a question like that to the city attorney, but you know, if the funds aren't federalized carrying some additional, requirements. I think the board can make that motion and the board can do that. Obviously, transparency and process are always words that we use in the public space, and so I'm not dismissing that, but ultimately, I think in this case, the board could do that. The commission, excuse me, can do that. I have to get used to saying commission. I yield.
City Attorney.
No, I agree entirely. Unless there's some sort of strings attached to that property, as she spoke, if they're federalized or something, then otherwise, I think it's within the discretion of the board to dispose of them in that fashion.
Okay.
I concur with that.
Thank you. I think it still feels odd. I know that over a year ago, I've been here, I was there, I voted for it, that we asked for a plan on how to dispose of that property. We did a little piece of it, and then somehow paused. It just got lost somewhere in the cabinet drawer. So I do want to see more of that. I just don't want it. It's the same fear that Commissioner Hayes Santos brought up. I don't want people to be shut out. Like, I might have an idea, but now I feel completely chilled out of that process because designation of primary. And primary is the word that I kind of have the problem here. I would love to have an official housing partner. Not the housing partner, but an official housing partner. And as we figure out what to make that multi-year fixed rate agreement look like, I assume we have to give a basis for why we are partnering. We can outline what those aggressive methods have been to create housing. We can do what that programming looks like, what quality, what, I guess, goals and metrics have to be met to kind of attain that status, to apply to have that status. And if things are how you say, no one else is stepping up to bat, it will be the only one. But I don't want to make it that this is the only one, this is it, no one else need apply. But I do want to recognize the work they do. I'm happy to give them grant support. I'm happy to work with connection fees. I'm happy to receive help from them for our purposes. And I do want to help fund that programming. I just don't like the word primary. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Santos and then Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And if Commissioner Ward is open to it, I would support the motion if we make the change that Commissioner Sacco put forward, and also that we remove that they get the first right of first refusal. Those two changes, I would be very supportive of this. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, well, I just want to make sure it's on the intent of it. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So, I'll tell you what some of my thought process was on this. We've never awarded a designation to Grace Marketplace as our number one partner in homelessness services. But we've been extremely successful, our staff working with the folks at Grace as our de facto homeless services department for the city of Gainesville. I mean, we've had some really great support and coordination through Ms. Bowie's office, and the success that we have had as a community with helping our houseless neighbors is due to that connection to one of the best service providers in that industry. So because Grace exists, we don't have to do a lot of work that we would have to do otherwise as a city. That's the kind of relationship I'm looking for with the Gainesville Housing Authority. And because it has not developed organically, I mentioned maybe we need to push it forward and say, here, this is what it is, and define that role. That's what I'm trying to achieve here. And again, I'm looking forward to hearing from them today. And I didn't coordinate and ask them to speak, but I'm sure that they can give us great information off the cuff. But that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for here. I am happy to change the language here. This is a draft to get it moving. So I absolutely accept that. And so what you're saying is name the Gainesville Housing Authority as a housing partner? Or is there another word there? An official housing partner. As an official city housing partner.
It's a versus the. Articles
Okay.
matter.
Cool. If you don't mind, I would love to hear from them.
Absolutely. Before we invite our guests up, I'd like to hear from the city attorney. He indicated a comment.
This isn't a major deal, but just bear in mind that to go forward on this, there is a real property policy that the city has that's been recently amended that would be implicated here, maybe, but that's just a matter of making it a longer process to accomplish the same goal.
Thank you. And if I could just make one point, I think this is embedded in the intent of the motion, but the direction is if there are policy conflicts with other policies or policy recommendations, the city manager would bring that back in detail when this comes before us.
Absolutely.
But I felt like that was worth mentioning.
Thank you.
You all have been summoned to join us, so if you'd like to come and speak, the floor is absolutely yours. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ward. The Gainesville Housing Authority would like to collaborate and have the City of Gainesville as our partner. We were created by the City Commission in 1966. And if you take a look at that charter when we were created, the items that they outlined still applies today. We still have a shortage of affordable housing in Gainesville. What makes the Housing Authority unique from the other partners in the city is that we were created for this purpose by our city, to do just what we're talking about. And what we believe is if we have that clear partnership and collaboration, it can help us get the job done in a more efficient and effective manner. We love our partners. We meet regularly with NHDC, Habitat. We definitely do not want to leave out any of our housing partners. We need all of them if we're going to solve the problems in our community or even make any kind of impact. As we talk about the land that is available that the city may have, if we were to do some type of partnership there, if the Housing Authority could not utilize that land and make it productive, we would have our partners do that, which would be NHDC, Habitat, and the others in our community. We're just looking for a way to get the job done in our community and to do what you have charged us as a housing authority to do. Our board has given us a very aggressive mandate to try to get 500 units in 5 years. We are working on that diligently, but we have to have a way to be impactful. And the only way we can be impactful is to work with the city staff and our other housing partners. It's going to take a very diversified approach to housing in our community for us all to be successful. And the Housing Authority, with a creative partnership and collaboration with the city, can address the housing problems in our community.
Thank you so much.
And Malcolm Kiner, GHA staff, I would only add to that.
If you could step to the microphone.
I would only add to that, Malcolm Kiner, GHA staff, add to that the backup that Commissioner Ward shared with you, I would love the opportunity to sit down with the remaining commissioners to kind of break down the context of each individual slide and kind of walk you through our vision for the Housing Authority and our affiliated nonprofit, GHDMC.
Thank you. We appreciate that. That was very helpful information, and as always, we appreciate having you here. Commissioners, we need to continue the discussion unless we are ready to vote, in which case I would move to comments from the public. Adam, have you got anybody on the line?
Let me check, sir. It does not look like it at this time, but generally it's helpful to call for public comment and then give me probably 45 or 60 seconds given the delay of streaming and some of the mechanics of the system.
Thank you for the reminder. We will move back to the commission and come back to you if you get anybody else. Commissioner Sacco, you put your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure that in the direction as we put it, as we figure out that contract, that we do figure out those qualifications and to restate them in that contract of why we're doing it and what how GHS has GHA has made it to this level of recognition and partnership. And I think that's just something I would ask to be included in that contract or in the consideration as background. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And yeah, if you could set something up, I would love to sit down with you and go over it. I think probably all the commissioners probably would too. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I want to be clear that this is not I don't expect a contract necessarily to come back. I expect a draft of a plan for us, and then we can then make choices at that point that might move forward into a contract. But I do not expect a contract to come back to us in January. I think that would be premature, and I want as quickly as possible to get us to a dirt turning phase here, but I want us to do it with caution and with intention and not overstep. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, if I might, I
Please.
would also like to be able to have the opportunity, and I will, to explore existing relationships that we currently have with the Housing Authority to make sure there are no conflicts as we move into a plan like this.
Fantastic, thank you. And if there are any more clarifying questions, this would be the time. Okay, thank you. We appreciate the discussion. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this forward. Thank you to our partners at GHA. I was looking at the backup from the memo from 1966. I think it is always interesting in this country how the decade of the 60s always speaks so loudly, even today. So thank you very much for that bit of history. We will now, Adam, have you got anybody that called in the intermediate time?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we're just fine right here. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will move to a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Seeing none, motion passes unanimously with 2 commissioners absent and the mayor. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and finish our afternoon agenda, and then we will move into recess. So next, BD8, if you read it into the record.
Next item is BD 8210659, fiscal year 2021 year-end analysis of budget compared to actual revenues and expenditures for the period beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021.
Good afternoon, Karen Fiore, Budget Manager. The preliminary year-end budget versus actuals for the general fund has a projection of $13.8 million. This is actually the result of 3 different factors. The first one is the total rewards budget. So in fiscal year 21, the total reward budget was not completely expended. Therefore, the remaining $3.8 million that is sitting in 21, we will request to roll into fiscal year 22. We will need this budget to pay for any expenditures related to the 22 total rewards. The second factor is the pension obligation bond. When we set the fiscal year 21 budget, the pension obligation bond was not yet finalized. So therefore, the savings that we knew we would receive from this pension bond were not reflected in the 21 adopted budget. So all year, we've been telling you that there will be a savings in the expense line item for retirement. And that's what you're seeing. So this $5.1 million will be released back to the general fund. And the third factor is revenues actually exceeded budget in the amount of $3.5 million. When we set the fiscal year 21 revenue budget, we were pretty conservative on some of our lines due to still not knowing what all the COVID-19 impacts may be. It's important to note 2 items here. Currently, the audit is underway. So this audit will not be completed until the spring of 22. And we need that final audited number on the expense side for the general fund to calculate what our general fund reserve should be. So we take that final expenditure number within the general fund to calculate that number. Currently, on these projections, that reserve number is around $22 million. So that's the minimum reserve amount for our general fund, according to our fund balance policy. Looking at revenues a little bit closer for the general fund, Collection was at $133 million. However, we're projecting to be closer to $142 million. So one might ask, why would you have a projection higher than collection? That's because at the end of the year, the beginning of the next fiscal year, as revenues are collected, they actually get posted to fiscal year 22, and we'll have to pull them back to fiscal year 21. That will be done during this budget process. So our projection's closer to $142 million. Overall, the projection will be about 3.3% lower than the current amended budget. And the reason for this is that we have around $8.2 million in our amended budget for the use of fund balance. Due to collection of revenues being greater than expenditures, there's no need for the use of that fund balance. Therefore, we will be below our total revenue budget of 3.3%. Revenues that are variance of 10% or $250,000 include property taxes. So property taxes came in a little greater than budget of $237,000. Other taxes, this category includes your utility taxes, your local option gas taxes, and your communication service tax. Here, we're expecting the projection to be around $277,000 greater than budget, and this is due to higher collection in our communication service tax. This was an item that we were very conservative on as well. Under license and permits, this category includes your zoning fees, your fire assessment, and your rental permits. Fire assessment fee collection exceeded budget by 6%. It actually came in around $505,000 more than budget. Intergovernmental, this category includes your state revenue sharing as well as your half-cent sales tax. And here we're projecting $1.5 million greater than budget, and this is due to higher collection on our half-cent sales tax and our shared revenue sharing for the motor fuel and the sales tax. Again, due to COVID-19, we were very conservative on those two items. Miscellaneous revenues, here you'll find your interest earnings as well as any rental of city property. And we had a large collection for proceeds of surplus of equipment. We actually had about $899,000 sitting in this revenue category for fiscal year 21. And again, not needing to use fund balance due to high collection in revenue. Looking at the expenditure side, we're projecting that will be 12.8% below the amended budget. This is primarily due to what I mentioned about the pension obligation bond. Within each of your departments, you have that extra budget sitting there under retirement, as well as a lot of our departments in fiscal year 21 had many vacancies, so you're having a savings as well there. I already talked about in your non-departmental department is where you're finding the total reward budget that will request to roll. Special revenue funds. These funds include all of your grant funds, your New American Rescue Plan Act fund, as well as your state and federal forfeiture funds. Here, the special revenue funds, the actual revenue is projected to be roughly 38% below the amended budget, and due to high collection in revenues, the use of fund balance here was not needed. Looking at some variance over 10% on the revenues, the intergovernmental, here you'll find the CARES Act reimbursement, a little over $3 million. Fines and forfeitures are typically not budgeted. They're only recognized when the revenue is actually received, so that's why you're seeing overage there. Miscellaneous revenue here, this is all due to higher than expected tree mitigation revenues. And again, the use of fund balance was not needed. On the expenditure side, any variance you're seeing here are due to your grant, your projects, and your programs received in budget in fiscal year 21. However, those have not been completed. So these projects, programs, and grants will be requested to roll into fiscal year 22 where they'll be completed. Debt service funds, here you'll have a $4.3 million surplus. This is simply due to the timing of the debt services. Proprietary funds, revenues and expenditures are projected to come in at 29.2% below amended budget. Here, again, the use of fund balance was not completely needed compared to budget. Revenues, 10% or $250,000 difference. Your license and permits, we had building permit revenue receipts, which came in a lot higher than we had budgeted. Intergovernmental charges for services, miscellaneous revenues, and internal service These revenue categories have receipts that have been posted in different buckets. So when we set our fiscal year 21 budget, we were on our legacy ERP program or software where we put our revenues in different types of buckets. And then when we moved over to the new ERP system, we changed our chart of accounts. So as items are being posted in the system, they were kind of being placed in the different buckets. We've talked about this for our fiscal year 22 budget, and that has been cleaned up. But that's what you're seeing here for all those variances. On the expense side, you have vacancies within these funds, but you also see the same type of activity that we saw in the special revenue funds. So you have projects and programs that have budget for fiscal year 21, but they have not yet been completed, and we will come to you and request for those to be rolled into fiscal year 22. Fiduciary funds, these funds are your pension funds as well as your retirement health insurance funds, not funds. And we expect a surplus in these funds, and this is due to higher than expected fiscal year gains, dividends, and interest. So you have your new pension fund sitting there, which created higher interest. And that's all I have if you have any questions.
Thank you. We do have one member of today is Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for all your hard work. I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Motion and a second to accept the detailed budget analysis, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know that this was a year where the projections, just like last year, were difficult to get a figure on, but very pleased to see the surplus come in. I'm sure that's good news for you all, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, is there any members of the public that would like to comment on this? I don't see anybody in chamber, so Adam, we're looking to you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we haven't had a whole lot of time to allow folks to call in, but at the moment there is nobody on the line.
Okay, well, we will go ahead and move to a vote then. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Seeing none, most passed unanimously with the mayor and Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Okay, that brings us to commission comment. If anybody would like to speak, before we get to it, I just want to speak to the housekeeping. Although quorum is not on our side tonight, commissioners, the agenda is. So because we cannot hear resolutions until 6 p.m., I will go ahead and after commission comment, we will declare the recess until 6 p.m. That should give everybody adequate time for recess. And then we will come and hear early public comment and move into the evening agenda. Let's go ahead and handle commission comment. Commissioner Harvey Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Very briefly, I just wanted to welcome Ms. Curry on her very first meeting as interim city manager.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We welcome your leadership and welcome to the dais. Okay, seeing no further comment, we will go ahead and close the afternoon portion of the agenda. We are in recess. Broadcast, we are ready to go live. Okay. We have a quorum. I'm going to go ahead and call the evening portion of this meeting into order. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you will please stand and join me with the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. We do not have any proclamations or special recognitions on the agenda. We, of course, have plenty of those to give out in due course, but today we will move straight into early public comment. If any members of the public would like to comment on any items that are... I think it's Andrea. So if anybody would like to come and comment on any items that are on the agenda, please come and have your words said. Adam, are you still with us running the phone lines?
I am with you for the duration, sir.
Perfect. If you've got anybody for early public comment, I will go ahead and give a short minute of respite so that people can call in.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the extra time. I will admit, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, those seconds tick off very slowly when you're sitting here waiting.
Well, the minute has passed on my watch, so we'll come back to you when we're ready for more public comment. I will go ahead and close this portion of early public comment, and we will move to our resolutions, RE1. If you'd read it into the record, please, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have item 210564, budget amendment to the FY 2020 General Government Financial and Operating Plan Budget. Resolution 210564, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to its general government budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021, amending Resolution 200316 as amended by Resolution number 200933, Resolution number 201058, Resolution number 201115, Resolution number 210151, and Resolution number 210452 by making certain adjustments to the general government financial and operating plan budget and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you. We have our budget manager with us, please.
Hello again, Karen Fiore, Budget Manager. So this is our sixth budget amendment for fiscal year 21, and it's our final budget amendment. And as every year, the final budget amendment, we look through all of our amendments, what we truly have on our books as far as budget, and make sure everything matches. So it turns out to be usually a cleanup budget amendment to make sure that everything, is perfect in compared to our records. So that's what you're going to see here. So I'm going to be repeating myself a few times, and I'm going to kind of do some really just high level highlights here, but everything's in your backup that you can review, and if you have any questions, please let me know. So for the general fund, the revenue remained at $146.9 million. There was no additional changes there. On the expenditure side, here you'll see that we transferred between departments, excuse me, as well as we closed out projects and used different funding sources to pay for some small expenditures that took place at the end of the year. So the only two items I want to highlight, the transfer of $5.9 million, which is the combined communications system budget, that is just moving it under the hierarchy of non-departmental. I don't want you to think that there was an increase in budget there. It was just putting it under non-departmental. And then we transferred $1.5 million out of non-departmental and provided that budget to the departments that are actually in charge of those programs. So one example is the streetlight project, that's public works, so we provided them with that budget. And that reflects what our new Workday ERP system shows. Moving on to the special revenue funds. Here there was a cleanup of just transfer and use of fund balance, so that's what you're seeing on the revenue side. And on the expenditure side, The only two items I want to mention, because they're large items, there's a little over $5 million transferring for the transportation concurrency exception area projects. It's simply just moving in buckets within that fund. So we move from projects to programs, or we funded another project and release funds from one project to the other. But no additional revenue or no additional budget was allocated. It's just reallocating. And then the other item here, there was a transfer of $1.1 million out of the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Fund to the Special Project Fund, and this was for the repayment of the Heartwood loan. Moving on to debt service, here was just a correcting of transfers and use of fund balance. Capital projects, this is the other side of that transfer from the Gainesville Reinvestment Area Fund of the $1.1 million. So you're seeing that recognized in revenue. Proprietary funds, again, correction of some carry forwards and use of fund balance. And the fiduciary funds here, the amendment is simply moving between the two revenue source codes to mirror what we have in our new Workday system. And that's all I have. If you wanted me to go into any more detail, please let me know.
Thank you. We'll move to the dais. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move resolution 210659.
Okay, motion and a second from Commissioner Ward. Thank you again. As always, we appreciate it. Is there any public comment on the matter at hand? Anything from the phones?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, there's nobody on the lines at this time for RE-1, correct?
That is correct.
Nobody here at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Nobody in chambers. Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent, and Mayor Poe is absent.
Okay, that motion passes 4-0 with Mayor Poe absent and Commissioner Duncan Walker. We will now move to our next portion of the agenda, passing over non-binding resolutions as there are none, into our public hearings. We have some ordinances on second reading. First is SR1. Madam Clerk, if you'll read that into the record.
Yes. Item 210034, quasi-judicial rezoning, 4.1 acres, located at 55 Northwest 23rd Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 4.1 acres of property generally located at 55 Northwest 23rd Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from limited industrial to warehouse and wholesaling, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. We will move to the dais. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move ordinance number 210034 on second reading by title only.
Motion and second by Commissioner Ward. And for the second readings, I understand staff may have additional presentations, but because they're second readings, unless there's something to be added, I'll just move straight into the dais. Is there any additional public comment? I have nobody in chambers. Adam, do we have anybody on the line?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, there's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very well. Let us know if that changes. We will go ahead and move to a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent, and Mayor Poe is absent.
Very well, thank you. The motion passes unanimously from the dais. Commissioner Sacco, is this for this item, for the next item? Okay, thank you. We will now move to SR2. If you'd read that into the record, Madam Clerk.
Item 210107, vacation of public right-of-way, portions of the 50-foot wide Southwest 8th Lane located in the 900 block of Southwest 8th Lane. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida to vacate, abandon, and close certain portions of a public right-of-way located in the 900 block of Southwest 8th Lane, as more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyna-Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I ordinance 210107 on second reading by title only.
We have a motion and second by Commissioner Hayes Santos. A bit of a race to get the second there, but do we have any additional public comment? None in the chamber. Adam, is anybody on the line?
No, sir, there's nobody here at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll keep checking in. Madam Clerk, if you'd read the roll.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe is absent.
That motion passes 4-0 on the dais. We will now move to our adoption readings for ordinances on AR1. So if you'd read the item into the record, please.
Item 190980, land use change, 20.73 acres of property located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue. Ordinance number 190980, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the future land use map of the comprehensive plan by changing the land use category of approximately 20.73 acres of property generally located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from residential low density and residential medium density to urban mixed use high density, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you very much. Do we have any staff comment on this, or can we move back to the dais?
Wait, it's a first reading. We have.
That's
It
what I asked. Does anybody have any?
Looks like Juan
Yes.
Castillo was waiting in the Zoom meeting.
Okay, there we go. We just didn't have you on our big screen here, so the floor is yours.
Okay, yes, good evening, commissioners. You have actually heard this item before on public hearing, so I won't go into too much detail on this, but just to review so that we can go over some of the details. So this is a land use change privately initiated. It's for about 20.73 acres. And the request is to amend the future land use from residential medium and residential low to urban mixed use high intensity. So basically moving from a lower density residential land use to an urban mixed use and higher density land use. And the property is highlighted here on the map to the right. Additionally, as part of the request, the applicant is requesting that this area be added to the future land use map series for the urban village map. So that's part of this request as well. You can see the area highlighted in gray here is the existing urban village. And so this would be a logical extension of that urban village here to the west. So these are the review criteria that are in the comprehensive plan to guide you in your decision tonight. And I do want to point out that during the course of this application, a portion of the property was lessed out for purchase by FDOT for right-of-way. So the portion that you see here going through the property is for right-of-way, and then there was a portion over on the southeastern side that was taken out for stormwater. So the boundaries of the property have changed slightly, and that has been reflected in the legal description and the sketch of the legal description as well. So this is just a revised map showing that change. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. The City Plan Board had a different recommendation. However, as I mentioned, the City Commission heard this item on public hearing that was back on August 5th and moved to approve as presented by the applicant and recommended by staff. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. I will move back to the dais. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 190980 on adoption reading by title only.
Motion and a second by Commissioner Sacco. And is that the staff recommendation or the plan board recommendation?
The City Commission, the recommendation, the staff recommendation, or I guess, yes, the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Do we have any comment from the public? I don't see anybody in the chamber. Adam, do you have anybody on the line?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, there is nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, we will move to a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ward? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Mayor Poe is absent.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously from the dais. We will now move to our first reading ordinances, FR1. If you please read it into the record, Madam Clerk.
Item 190981, quasi-judicial rezoning of 20.73 acres of property located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue. Ordinance number 190981, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 20.73 acres of property generally located northwest of the intersection of Southwest 43rd Street and Southwest 24th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from residential multifamily RMF-7 and single multifamily RMF-5 to urban 9 or U9, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who is joining us from Zoom? Same.
So, yep, good evening again. Brittany McClellan here, planner with the Department of Sustainable Development. So this is the companion rezoning petition that goes along with the land use change that you just adopted on first reading and during the adoption reading. So again, it's the 20.73 acre property. The request is to implement a zoning district that would implement the land use change that was just discussed. So changing from RMF-5, RMF-7, and RMF-8 to U9, which allows for 100 dwelling units per acre and 125 dwelling units per acre with special use permit. So again, just outlining the review criteria in the land development code on which you should make your decision. And again, just outlining the area of the property that has been modified over the course of the application for FDOT right-of-way and stormwater improvements. And like I mentioned before, that's been updated in the sketch and legal. The commission did hear this as well on August 5th and moved to approve as presented by the applicant. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. And that concludes the presentation. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you for the brevity of that presentation. We will now move to the dais. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 190981 on first reading by title only.
Motion and a second by Commissioner Sacco. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? I don't see anybody in the chamber. Adam, back to you.
Or is there anybody on the lines at this time?
Okay. We will then move to a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hayes Santos?
I just, can I clarify this is
hold on the roll call. Go ahead.
This is the staff's recommendation. I want to make sure we're moving forward on that one. Yes, aye.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker is absent. Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Mayor Poe is absent.
Thank you. That motion passes 4-0 from the dais. We will now move to FR2. If you'd please read that into the record, Madam Clerk.
Item 200728, text change, amending single-family dwelling infill sidewalk regulations in the Land Development Code. Ordinance number 200728, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 30 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances, relating to sidewalk construction for single-family dwelling infill by amending Section 30-6.18, sidewalks and shared use bicycle paths, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Madam Clerk, I see that we have a presentation. You can take it away.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Juan Castillo. I'm a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development, presenting item PB-21-03TCH. And with me tonight are James Jones and Phil Mann from Public Works. The item before you this evening is a city-initiated request to amend sidewalk requirements within the Land Development Code to allow provisions for a fee in lieu of sidewalks for infill single-family homes. Currently, the city's Land Development Code requires that all development, regardless of whether it's a large-scale construction or a single-family dwelling, to install sidewalks. This is in line with the city's desire to create a safer environment for pedestrians, along with creating a more urban and walkable community. Most developments have been able to meet this requirement. However, when it comes to infill single-family homes, what staff is repeatedly encountering is a situation where an infill single-family dwelling construction is going into a neighborhood that characteristically lacks sidewalks and is now required to install a sidewalk. This results in a disconnected sidewalk portion located in front of the infill single-family development. This situation creates several adverse impacts. The first of which, it creates a safety hazard for pedestrians by introducing an uneven surface. The disconnected sidewalk portion introduces a juxtaposition of concrete next to usually soft, grassy surfaces, which can create a tripping hazard for pedestrians and the property owner. This can be even more problematic if the pedestrian or property owner is older or somehow impaired, a blind pedestrian, for example, or someone in a wheelchair. Another problem, the disconnected sidewalk introduces an urban logic disconnect. A sidewalk is meant to provide a safe, grounded path for pedestrians to move from one location of interest to another. When a pedestrian sees a sidewalk, the logic behind the sidewalk is that it will lead them to their destination. The sidewalk also tells the pedestrian the established location of movement. In other words, if a sidewalk exists, that's where a pedestrian is supposed to walk. However, when a disconnected sidewalk is introduced, it's confusing for the pedestrian because the pedestrian is now conflicted as to where to walk. Ultimately, the pedestrian ignores the piece of sidewalk because it lacks a logic that supports its use. This can result in an unintended opportunity for the piece of sidewalk to be used for things other than pedestrian movement, like the parking of a vehicle or storage. Lastly, disconnected sidewalk introduces an adverse aesthetic to the neighborhood. A disconnected sidewalk located within a neighborhood that lacks sidewalks will be interpreted as being out of place. It reads as a mistake or as a construction that is adversely different than the environment around it. This impacts the aesthetics of not only the house that is being constructed, but also of the houses near the house that is being constructed. Furthermore, the piece of sidewalk introduces an element that must be maintained, i.e. pressure washed, fixed if it's cracked or damaged, etc. Without a consistent use, the sidewalk could fall in disrepair, resulting in a blighted piece of concrete that could potentially present even more hazardous conditions. In order to mitigate this, staff is proposing the introduction of language into our Land Development Code that would give staff more flexibility when it comes to sidewalk requirements only for single-family house constructions in the form of a fee in lieu of. With this option, if a single-family house construction is found to be in a neighborhood that lacks sidewalks, staff could require that the developer pay what the sidewalk would have cost to construct based on the market cost of construction per square feet. The fee would then be allocated to an area that would include the paying property, but also properties nearby. A system of capturing and allocating this fee would be part of the existing TMPA zones for capturing and disseminating of fees. The idea is that we would capture the fee from the home builder, and at the time that the city is able to go into the neighborhood and install a complete sidewalk system, the fee would be applied to that effort. In the event that the fee is not able to be used within the immediate area of the home development, such as within the same block or on the same property, the fee would still be able to be used within other blocks in the same neighborhood, as long as we attempt to use the fee on the property to pay the fee first. Now, to clarify, the fee in lieu of option would only be available to an infill single-family house development that is either in a neighborhood that characteristically lacks sidewalks, and it's not reasonable to believe that there will be an opportunity to install sidewalks in the near future within the same neighborhood, or there is a site condition that would otherwise prevent a house builder from installing a sidewalk, such as an extreme elevation change ditches, stormwater infrastructure, etc. This option would not apply to commercial development, multifamily development, or even a large single-family development where the development is able to provide a connected sidewalk infrastructure. Moreover, if, for example, there are existing plans to install sidewalk in the near future within the neighborhood that this house is going into, the development would still be required to install sidewalks. The goal here is not to waive a requirement, but rather to mitigate the sidewalk requirement so that the resulting product is safe for our neighbors, is logical to pedestrians, and does not negatively affect the aesthetics of our neighbors' properties. Thank you so much for your attention to this. This concludes my presentation, and we are here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you for the presentation. We do have a light from the dais. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have concerns with us moving forward on this for a couple of reasons. While it may be disconnected at times, I mean, I think having a sidewalk is better than not having a sidewalk. I live in Duck Pond, and there's multiple streets where sidewalks kind of end, but then they start up again. But they have connected over time too. I mean, I do use a sidewalk when there is one there. The biggest thing is though, if we don't manage that they get put in, this won't happen. We don't fund sidewalk construction for new sidewalks in neighborhoods. If we did have a funding source for that, then I would support us moving forward with that, because that means we actually would build them. But right now, we don't fund sidewalks. I would like for us in the next budget year, and hopefully the commission would consider taking this up again in the spring or kind of summer when we hopefully allocate money to sidewalk construction in neighborhoods. I think it's incredibly important for walkability, but I don't feel comfortable moving forward on this without actually having a funding source to build sidewalks in neighborhoods. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I like the idea. I like the idea a lot. But I, like Commissioner Santos, has some concerns about it. My neighborhood has mostly no sidewalks, but there's a newer portion of my neighborhood where there's some sidewalk and some not sidewalk. And I walk the whole thing pretty regularly, and it's a disjointed feel when you're walking down the sidewalk and you see ahead that the sidewalk ends, and not in a good Shel Silverstein kind of way, but just stops. It's disconcerting. If you're out for a walk and there's a lovely sidewalk and then there's not, you're not presented a lot of options as a pedestrian. So I don't like that. I don't like the fragmented sidewalks. I do want us to, I would like us to create a system where this could really function. And if there were, again, a place to, if we had a system of building sidewalks in existing neighborhoods, which we do not, then it would be a different story. I would rather see us create that system and that plan for which sidewalks, which neighborhoods are going to get sidewalks, because we have lots of them, than create this first, if that makes sense. I don't want to, it's a good idea, and I don't want to squash the good idea, but I don't know how it works without the program. There are a lot of neighborhoods that they don't have sidewalks are still incredibly walkable. And there are lots of people out walking the street in those neighborhoods, and that's a good thing. And it would be even better if they had sidewalks. But until we create that program to actively plan sidewalks and build them in existing neighborhoods, I also feel a little bit uncomfortable about this. What I would like to do is see this come back in a few months with a corresponding plan for getting the sidewalks built. So thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. We'll move next to Commissioner Sacco.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So I'll agree. I remember canvassing and walking, and the sidewalk suddenly ended, and okay, into the street I go. Not the best feeling for someone. Not the best feeling for someone in a wheelchair, someone with a stroller. It's bad. So I think the disjointedness kind of gives this false expectation of, oh, we have side, oh, no, we don't. So I generally don't like them. That said, the part that worries me about the option presented is I don't think it'll produce enough money nearby. I don't think it'll produce enough in fees to be able to put in sidewalks, and I don't think established neighborhoods are going to let us come in, all give us an easement, and let us just pave a chunk of their yard. So I worry about that not being enough. Sidewalks are very expensive. I'll agree with my colleagues. I kind of want to see a plan on how to do this. Because if it is in that narrow population of single family homes that'll be infilled, neighborhoods that don't have those sidewalks, we get to very small options. And I know there's one lot in my neighborhood that is empty and all the other houses. But where else around are you going to start putting sidewalks? So that potential for, where do you put it nearby? I don't see it happening. I'd like more information on how we break that down. What do we mean by nearby? So I just want to see more definition on this before we go forward with it. I do want to go forward with it, just I think it needs to bake a little longer. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I would move that we ask staff to come back with an infill kind of sidewalk program and kind of what that would look like, and kind of I know not a plan for the whole entire city, but just like what would a program look like, and what would kind of the funding kind of allocations need for that, and then once we get that, then we could kind of reconsider this.
Okay, motion and a second from Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Ward, would you like to?
Yeah, one quick comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to thank staff. The presentation was really lovely. You did a great job of reaching out in a variety of neighborhoods, and I think all 4 districts. So nice work.
Thank you. Yes, and I'd like to offer.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Please.
I guess before the get into the budget year, it would be a budget allocation. So sometime, I guess, in the spring. Yeah, if that's a. Not tomorrow. I know you think that.
Yeah, and I'd like to echo what was just said. We appreciate the thoughtfulness in trying to address the problem that was at hand. I think what you're hearing from the dais is support for us to eventually get there, but right now let's wait and see what we can come up with to sort of address some of the additional concerns you've heard from the dais. So what we will do is we will go ahead and take a vote on the motion, which is not directly to the ordinance. This is a different direction, which is policy direction to the city manager's staff. And then if it would be appropriate for the rest of the dais, we will just take no action on this ordinance and agenda it at a further meeting once we've had the opportunity to direct our staff. So we will go ahead and open this up for public comment. The motion is for staff to come back with a program that would allow for more continuity for our single-family sidewalks. There's nobody in the chamber, so Adam, it's on you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, there is actually somebody on the lines to speak to this issue. Ms. Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was glad to see this for a number of reasons. Last year, the NAACP had a housing forum, and a gentleman from St. Augustine brought this up as a needless and senseless cost to people trying to develop housing in certain neighborhoods and on certain streets. And that it made a lot of sense. And I know here in Pleasant Street, we have little patches of concrete that serve no purpose, really. And they actually block the possibility for the residents to have little green spaces and gardens and so forth. And many years ago, when I first moved into the neighborhood, it just is an anecdote that people who lived here said that the police used to give them tickets if they walked in the street when there was one little piece of sidewalk that they didn't veer and get onto the piece of sidewalk, that they would actually get tickets from the police for jaywalking or whatever they called it at the time, just as a form of harassment from the police. So it does have that little bit of history here. And there's really no reason for a little piece of concrete on, a street that has no continuity there. And I appreciate the staff's presentation. And actually, many years ago now, there was a big meeting when there was a proposal to just run sidewalks on all the streets in Pleasant Street, which is, an unnecessary expense. And the opposition to it included people who have, as I do, 10-foot wide front yards that, they would have the public right on their front porches practically. So that was not popular. Although, I agree with that there needs to be walkability. I don't think that's the way to go about it, is to make people trying to build housing have isolated sets of concrete. Maybe it could go onto certain streets, like we have 2nd Street that runs the length of Pleasant Street north to south, and there is a continuous sidewalk on 2nd Street. So, perhaps when the city gets around to thinking about all of that, they could, rather than, requiring it for all new buildings or whatever, that they could take a better look at it. But, frankly, if it were up to me, I would say to the commissioners who are present to just go ahead and accept this presentation as it is. But I understand your wish to maybe look at it a little further. But anyway, so that's just some historical material from Pleasant Street and my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Thank you. We appreciate the public calling in. We will go ahead and vote on this motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Seeing none. And we will go ahead and ask the clerk to table this ordinance until it will be scheduled by the mayor at a later date. So that concludes our business items. We will now move to commission comment. If anybody would like to speak, now is the time. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for running the meeting this evening. You've done a commendable job, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful time to get through a number of items. If any of us ever wonder if what we do here makes an impact on people and if it matters, I want to share a little story with you that I just learned the latest chapter of this evening. About 2 or 3 years ago, a constituent in District 2 started working on a little cleanup project behind Oakwood Commons, little sometimes abandoned, kind of abandoned, then full, then not, strip mall in Northwood on 34th Street and 441. And there's a kind of an L-shaped retention pond and some sort of big drainage ditch, as Northwood is full of, that are behind and beside the strip mall there. And it's kind of overseen by the St. George River Water Management District and mostly overlooked by the property owners. Over the years, it's been a dumping ground for people who live on the other side of the fence, for people driving through, etc. Lots of garbage there. And Mr. Oquindo, Frank Oquindo, took it kind of on himself to get something done and to make this a place that people could enjoy being. Because even though it was filled with garbage, it attracted all sorts of birds and wildlife. And you could sit there and watch that variety of bird species any time of the year, day or night. You could just sit there and watch and enjoy it on the edge of this nasty parking lot. And he took great pride and enjoyment in the wildlife and bird viewing there. But he really made it a more than a hobby to try to get something done to clean the garbage up. And he talked to the property owners, and he worked on this over and over and over. And he got me to come out about 3 weeks ago. I was able to make an appointment to go out, and he toured the area with me. And he was fairly elderly, but not super so. And he moved a little bit slow. But he showed me all the things, told me all about all the work that he'd done and the information. And I told him that I would get him connected, get some connections made, and that when the new city manager started, I would take her out there and we'd walk through it again and get a good look at it and figure out what the city could do and what our responsibilities were. And that day, I put on my commissioner Facebook page, I put some pictures of it and said, this is something we really need to take seriously. We got to get moving on. And accordingly, a couple weeks from now, when I have a ride-along scheduled with Ms. Curry to show her some of District 2, and that's one of the things that we were going to go take a look at. Well, late this afternoon, I got a call from County Commission Chair Mary Helen Wheeler, who is a longtime friend of Mr. Oquendo. And I learned that he passed away from cancer the day after he showed me that property. And she wanted me to know that his wife wanted us to know how important it was that he was able to have that meeting with a public official and feel confident that we were going to fix it, that we were going to get something done. So you bet we're going to get something done at this point. No matter what we have to do, we're going to get this thing cleaned up one way or another. But if you ever think that what we do down here doesn't matter, that it's just a big show, it's not. The little things we do here mean a whole heck of a lot to the 141,000 people who live and work and play and die in this community. So thank you all for what we do. I appreciate it. Mr. Oquendo's family appreciates it, and I'm looking forward to moving forward on that process. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Commissioner. May God rest his soul. Do we have any additional comments from commissioners? Thank you. I'd like to ask city manager and the city attorney. I know that your offices are working together for the redistricting of the city commission districts. Can we get an update on that? I've gotten some questions from our constituents. One at a time.
I wish that I could give you an update on that, but at this time I cannot, so I will have to pass.
I can tell you that the attorney that we have assigned to it, she was at the canvassing board meeting tonight on her birthday. But she was updating me the other day that there's a tool in place. I didn't get a lot of details from her, but we can certainly get something together to update you in detail. Though I know the process is underway, and I think there's some sort of interactive tool that they're talking about, or that they're actually using at this point, so people can see how things shake out.
I've seen the public workshops.
You know more than I do.
Yeah, the public workshops, and kudos to you all for organizing that.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like something more detailed? Would you like a report?
I was going to ask if without objection, I would like a memo to come back. I know that Tallahassee is just releasing, the Senate has just released their first staff draft. So I know the county and the school board have also had meetings on redistricting. So I think it is definitely incumbent on us to begin to communicate with the public when they can expect to see the first draft of those districts. If we could get that in a memo to the City Commission, I'd appreciate that. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, to the point, I think the county has already adopted their final maps, I believe. They were quick.
Quicker is not always better. But I appreciate your attention to the matter. Thank you very much to the both of you. Any more comments from the commission? Okay, well, thank you all very much. I hope all of my meetings can be this early let out, but if that's not the case, I would appreciate it anyway. I want to go ahead and thank our charter officers, our attendant staff, the broadcast team, Ms. Malden as always, and officers Nate Ellis and Sandy Teasley in service of the Sergeant at Arms, and of course the viewing public. Thank you for entrusting us with the public trust. No more business before us. I call this meeting adjourned.